What's up, everybody? Jeff here, and if you're watching this video around the time it's being released, then you probably know that a few weeks ago, Weird teased a couple of upcoming characters from Ashes of Malifaux. Those characters were the Ferryman and Carrie Zotico, and they are actually from a Through the Breach adventure called the Ferryman, which is what we're going to be playing here. So if you're curious about those characters and you want to know a little bit more about their backstory, then make sure you stick around to the end of the adventure. So if you're not familiar, in this series we play through all of the pre-written adventures that Weird has put out over the years. I'll be the Fate Master, and the characters will be people from the community who expressed an interest in playing. So if you'd be interested in playing, then hop on over to the Discord and check out the announcements tab where you can get some more details. I do give priority on the seats to my patrons, but there's definitely room for everybody, so if you're interested in playing, even if you've never played before, then come on over and check it out. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share with people who you think might find it interesting. You can check out the links to the merch store, as well as my affiliate link for Weird's web store, and my Patreon, all in the description below. And with that, let's get into the game. All right, let's get started here. And we will start off by having everybody introduce themselves. Let's start with Dog.
Hey, I'm Dog. I'm playing Gunther Schultz, and I got a gun, and I will use it.
Quick and to the point. I like it. Calder.
I'm Calder. I'm playing Mason Barkley, who has a rat, which he will also use to hopefully affect. He's a little bit tired looking, a little bit ruffled looking. Tries to keep himself presentable, usually always failing, but and very notably, he has got a pet Malifaux rat that kind of. I'm not sure if it's like too big to carry on his shoulders or whether it just tries anyway.
I mean, I think they could still go on your shoulder. It would just be,
Probably
take a lot of space.
a workout. Yeah.
They're about the size, shape, and aggression of a chihuahua, so.
There you go.
Not too bad.
Trey?
I'm Trey. I'll be playing Chet Atkins. My role in the party is getting things off the top shelf. I'm playing a 7-foot behemoth armed with a rail hammer, working as a muscle/bodyguard guy.
And reporting on the weather up there, as always.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary.
I love how ever since the From Nightmares came out, like we just behemoth becomes immediately.
Yes, there are multiple behemoths in this series, definitely.
Yeah, my character is 6'9". He's going to be less reaching things on the top shelf and more dismantling the top shelf.
Perfect.
My name is Gary, and I'm playing Hugo, the enormous gorilla of a man. He's shaped like a couch and hits about as hard as one going 50 miles an hour.
Perfect. I love really fast couches.
We need to have a session with his character and the real human man in our other game.
Yes, inside jokes about games that have not gone out on YouTube yet. That's what we need more of here.
Oh yeah.
Inside jokes that no one else gets. All right, so this time around, the crew has been sent on a particular mission to head down to the slums to a place called the Serpent Cellar, which is a tavern, because the proprietor of this tavern has recently turned up dead, and there have been some suspicious circumstances, and there's a lot of sort of uproar in the area. So you have been hired and sent down there to investigate and see if you can figure out what exactly is going on. The morning fog is already starting to boil away from the river when you arrive at the Serpent's Cellar. It's a 2-story, stone-walled building with rounded walls that could probably serve as a passable lighthouse, were it a few dozen yards taller. A crowd has already gathered outside the tavern, but they don't look like the sort of people who are here for the wake. Most are wearing gun belts or have swords strapped to their backs, and there's a distinct sense of anticipation in the air. One of the tavern regulars, Bruce Watkins, pulls you aside and catches you up to speed. Apparently, a fishing boat was attacked by a river monster last night, and a few people were killed. One of them was Nicholas Varka, the son of a local shipping kingpin, Vasilis Varka. And there are rumors that Varka is going to announce a sizable bounty for the beast's dead. You know, Lena Morse died out on the river too, Bruce whispers as he glances back at the tavern. Never found her. Sort of makes you wonder if the river monster got her, doesn't it? Lena Morse is the name of the woman, the owner of the tavern that you were sent to sort of look.
Okay.
I don't think I mentioned that earlier. Probably should have.
Probably, yeah. But we have the information now. That's good. I can in advance. Can I say that showing up at the job, he has managed to convince the rat to hide in a satchel, just not to like carry a rat inside a establishment. I don't know. It just seems like a bad idea.
Is the rat trained well enough to not like squirm around and make squeaky noises and scare people while it's in the satchel, or?
Like it's chill for like maybe 15 minutes, but at some point it gets restless. So like we'll see how soon we can like have a private conversation where at some point at which point it kind of has to come out or start eating everything inside the satchel.
You should just say it's a Chihuahua, and absolutely no one would question it.
There you go.
You really think people in the early 1900s are gonna question the pedigree of your dog breed?
If I
Dog
give it a
in
look,
multiple quotation
I should
marks.
get him a little collar and like
Get him
with
a little
name
car.
tag.
Get him a car and a hat.
Little Fez.
And get him the biggest hat you can.
I mean, it's an option. Anyway, the person who's hired us now owns the tavern, but got it from the person who was previously quote unquote killed by the river monster.
No, so you don't know who kind of hired the firm for this job necessarily, but the issue is that Lena Morse, who owns this tavern, the Serpent's Cellar, was killed, and
Right.
now this man just walked up to you and explained to you that
I see. Okay.
kid, who is the son of this shipping kingpin, turned up missing, and that he sort of went missing on the river, and they're saying that it's some sort of river monster, and that Lena also fell to the same fate, apparently.
Did they find the remains of anybody? Who? I mean, probably not, but worth asking.
Are you asking in character?
Yeah. Yes. Probably.
We don't know what happened to Lena.
Interesting.
So after a few minutes of standing around with this kind of group of well-armed people, a man.
So I guess I have like one question. Given that Mason is a rat catcher by trade, would he have heard anything about a river monster like being a thing? I mean, probably yes. Given that it's Malifaux, there's probably more than one. I don't know.
I'll say that you've heard lots of stories about things going on the river. It's a creepy place, and it tends to be a place where both unscrupulous humans as well as non-human things lurk. So it definitely has a reputation, but nothing that necessarily kind of rings a bell as far as this particular story goes.
Yeah.
A man in rumpled, expensive clothing approaches the crowd, silencing the murmurs of speculation that had been running through it. His white hair is uncombed, his eyes are red and bloodshot, and his breath is heavy with drink. He looks out over the assembled mercenaries as he leans forward on his cane, as if the death of his son has sapped the strength from his otherwise fit body. Those of you who've heard the story of the Ferryman no doubt think it's a myth, he says, his voice wavering with emotion. You are wrong. It is real. I know it. For last night, that damnable creature took the life of my son, just as it took the life of your friend there. He gestures towards the tavern with one hand. Be it monster or man, I want this ferryman killed. Bring me its head, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Vasilis seems to straighten up slightly, and when he next speaks, his voice carries across the crowd. 150 guild scrip for the head of the ferryman. 150 scrip and the gratitude of one of this city's wealthiest shipping magnates. And with that, we'll come out of the prologue, so everybody can draw 3 cards. Make sure your decks are shuffled first.
So this 150 script, are we expected to split it with Eclipse?
I mean,
I'm asking for a friend.
I thought you might be interested in that little detail there. No,
If
we
this
will,
shit was
we will-
animated.
We will play by the going rule of you are not collecting. You don't actually get a salary in game. That money is assumed to be spent on living expenses. The extra money you get during adventures will be your actual pocket money. So, assuming you claim that 150 script bounty, you get to split it amongst yourselves.
Oh, I
okay,
could.
damn.
I can walk out of here with 150 script.
It seems like too much to me, but that's how the adventure's written, so that's how we're playing it.
I'm gonna start walking around with a fucking cannon on my back. Let's go!
Assuming you get it.
I could afford to buy an extra set of pneumatic arms and just punch things 4 times a turn.
It kind of breaks the economy of the game a little, but I guess we'll see.
Nah, it'll be fine.
All right, so
Everybody draw up.
Yep.
oh yeah, I gotta draw. Hold on. 3 cards. Uno, dos, tres. How do you cast in this game? It has been so long.
So you hear
Let's
gasps
flip.
spreading around the crowd as he announces the amount of money, as if everybody is surprised at the dollar amount, very much like yourselves you might be.
Even I raise my eyebrows at that. I'm always stony faced.
And you notice that the people that were previously sort of milling about and talking, they've sort of split into groups. It tends to be 2 to 3 people per group, and they're all sort of talking amongst themselves.
Yeah, so Gunther's gonna get right to work. Let's go to the old man to ask him some questions.
To Vasilis.
I'm going to.
Yeah, the dude that was like, oh, here's 150 buckaroonies.
Okay.
This is the man I need to talk to.
I was just going to say I'm going to help. It seems like the team wants to push their way up to. I'm so sorry. I've forgotten his name. The guy who's offering the bounty.
Vasilis.
Vasilis. I'm going to be the best bouncer I can and just sort of elbow our way to the front of the pack so that my team gets to talk to him first. And everyone else who tries to get silly about that is going to get a rather appraising glare.
They're gonna get a bullet. Get the fuck out of my way.
Somebody said something about money. Shit's real now.
Alrighty.
Could I have could I try a scrutiny check from like when he kind of like declares like the bounty? Because I mean, like at first sight, obviously he looks like he hasn't slept and looks pretty bad.
Don't tell
But
me
sort of
what
like,
check you want to take. Tell me what you want to do. What are you trying to figure out?
I want to figure out if he's if I mean if he's being sincere about the money, or and B, whether he's like, this seems sus. Like, it just I want to know if there's anything, any part of his declaration that seems untrue.
Do you want to just? Are you just talking about based on what he was just saying, or do you want to wait until you walk up and start talking to him?
I think it might. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether it would be like smarter to wait till we're actually talking.
That's up to you. I mean, your call.
It's probably, yeah, no, because from like that far away, it's a little bit.
All right, so I'll say that you all pretty much immediately upon hearing that announcement head towards this man. He appears to be, he's sort of just standing there or looking around at the assembled people kind of with a sullen look on his face. And as you approach, he'll look up and sort of take in all 4 of you.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm not very good with words, but I'll give him sort of a little nod, and then I'm just going to let the people who have more silvered tongues than I speak words, while I imply violence towards anyone else who approaches.
Well, Gunther is something of a diplomat himself. He's gonna
Is he
he's gonna
though?
he's gonna walk up to the
I
man
think
and like
he mostly does the violence too, but fine, he tries.
he's gonna like do one of those like half bows, and he's gonna reach into his pocket, and he's gonna introduce himself in the party. Good afternoon. My name's Gunther Schultz. Me and my associates here. He's gonna reach into his pocket, pull a fucking folded up and wrinkled and crumpled card,
No.
water damage, and hand it to the man. We're here from Eclipse's finest. We're here to get the job done. But we're gonna have some questions first. Make this job a little easier. You feel me?
When you first walked up, he sort of had this welcoming look on his face, like he was excited that you would be here for the bounty. But once he sees you trying to hand him this business card, he kind of furrows his brow a little bit, but then he hesitantly reaches out and takes it. Ah, Eclipse Consulting, huh? Well, if you guys can get the job done, then wonderful. Pleasure to meet you all.
Likewise. So, where was your boy last seen? I'm assuming he could have been attacked.
Like I said, he went out on the river.
On a boat? I mean, how did out of character was there mention how old the son is?
No, but you can assume that he's an adult. It's not.
Oh, thank God! I was gonna say we're looking for a dead child.
We're getting real dark real quick.
I mean, there's
Just checking.
lots of dead children in Malifaux, so
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're
I'm
about to
waiting
make
till-
some more.
Yeah, I'm waiting until I can start picking up and using Krooligans as weapons at a certain point.
He's gonna break his weapon and grab Gunther by the ankle. No. Gunther's gonna continue talking to the guy. Well, you got a specific dock that he uses, or anything like that, where he kicks his boat off, puts it up, place where we can start.
I'm not really sure. As far as I know, he was just in the river, just a ways down there, and he kind of points over his shoulder. You'd be aware that you're pretty close to where the river kind of cuts Malifaux City in half at this point. You're not far from the water here.
We're in the city still.
You're in the slums.
Oh, okay.
But he was out on the river, and then the ferryman came and got him. That's who you'll be hunting down. If you want that scripted anyway.
I'm like, okay, so it's like an actual like folktale in the lore. Okay, like he's like, you heard the story about the ferryman? Absolutely not, but okay.
No, he's talking about
Whatever.
what he was. Well, maybe he does assume that you'd heard of it previously.
Description
he was
for
also
any
just
number of
talking
things.
about it.
It's not really, yeah.
Well, Gunther's not smart enough to ask, so I guess it's time to go to the river, boys.
Let's do this.
And he's gonna mosey on over to the river.
So there was no description of sort of what the son was doing. I mean, was it like a ship? So no response in terms of.
He just seemed to brush it over as if he didn't think it was particularly important.
I think Mason, he's actually being kind of as civil as you wouldn't even expect that civility from like a guy with a rat on his shoulders, but he just says, I just really like to build a picture in my mind as to what might have happened. Does he have a boat? Is it a rowboat? Is it a shipping ferry? Just some kind of idea of in what form he was on the river. I'm sure he wasn't swimming.
Can't say I know exactly what type of boat it was, but he wasn't much of a swimmer, so he certainly wouldn't have been out there by himself. The important part is you got to go after the ferryman. If you want to swim to the ferryman, if you want to take a boat, that's your prerogative, but that's the important part.
Do we know if it was upstream or downstream from here, relative?
He doesn't know.
Do we have a map of where the sun was going, or where his boat was on? What direction it was headed before it was lost and destroyed?
No, he's not. It's not clear. Once somebody takes off on a boat, it's not clear exactly where they are. The conditions around here. Well, first of all, it's winter, and second of all, the conditions around here tend to get pretty foggy, especially over the water. So once the boat launches, you can't really track it necessarily. So they wouldn't really know exactly where the boat would have been. Does Mason still want to?
I kind of want to have so like the more so like the scrutiny whether he's genuinely kind of worried or grieving for his son, because the fact that he didn't know what kind of boat it was or like when and where the son was headed just seemed, I don't know.
Do you know where the whereabouts of every person in your family at all times and where they drove and what car they were in?
But the fact that he just assumes it was this river monster without, it could have been just anything.
Yeah, give me a target number 8 scrutiny check.
That's an 8. So I have a +4.
Yeah, you get the sense that he is very upset He is clearly still grieving. This is a very, it's a recent thing. It just happened. And you also get the sense that he would happily pay the 150 script if someone could get vengeance for him.
All right. I say it's time to go commission a boat.
So as you seem to have finished talking to him, he's going to turn and he looks like he's going to head out. And you notice the rest of the crowd is still sort of bustling about as they're trying to make their own plans to go after the ferryman. The click of a revolver snapping open draws the crowd's attention to a Hispanic man wearing a duster and a white-brimmed hat. "Most of you know me, know how I earn my living," he says, his attention upon his pistol, as he slowly feeds bullets into the chambers. "Those who don't, I'm Eladio Ortega. I'll kill this monster for you, but it ain't gonna be easy." Eladio snaps the chamber closed and looks up at Vasilis. "It ain't gonna be cheap either. I value my neck a lot more than 150 script. I'll find it for 150, but I'll catch it and kill it for 300. For that, you get the head, the body, the whole damn monster."
Yeesh.
So you notice that Vasilis kind of gives him a dirty look. And as he's still sort of trying to make his way out, he kind of mumbles something under his breath that's not audible.
Vasilis does?
Yeah.
In
response to this demand.
So, upon hearing that, Gunther turns around instantly.
I didn't want to do anything until Gunther got his turn.
Did I hear that right? You're offering 300 now?
Oh god.
Vasilis is just gonna shake his head, with like his head is down, and he's just kind of like shaking it somewhere between angry and annoyed, and he's gonna continue heading out.
"It's a deal then," he says as he's walking out. "I hold you to your word."
Oh boy.
So Eladio stays there for a couple of minutes, but pretty soon he also turns and heads in a similar direction, and you notice that the other people in the crowd sort of start to disperse as well.
One question: did the wake that this whole thing is for the person that they said was also the victim of the ferryman, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a body? Like, if it's some kind of monster, I would like to just have a look at what kind of bite marks are in them or something. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Is there a body?
I mean, probably not on display, but
There's a wake going on inside right now.
I know I'm not going to look into like the casket too deeply. Like, but just is it like is the casket there?
Is it an open casket funeral?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean,
Do you want to go inside?
I'm
gonna go take a look.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So at this point, what we'll do is there's going to be an ongoing challenge for just generally gathering information about the whole situation. So about the deaths, about the ferryman, about sort of everything.
Yep.
So just a quick refresher on how ongoing challenges work. There's going to be three choices in this case, there will be three choices of skills that you can choose. Everybody can choose whichever the one they want. You don't have to necessarily do all of them as a group. There's going to be a target number, which is going to be 10 in this case. So everybody's going to take a check on a target number 10 for that skill. For every success that you get, it counts towards the success requirement. For every margin of success you get on top of that, it counts as an additional success. If you miss the target number, it doesn't do anything unless you get a margin of failure, in which case it counts towards the failure requirement. In this case, the success requirement will be 8, the failure requirement will be 4. And every time everybody takes a check, that represents 1 hour of investigating. So if you fail, all it's doing is sort of wasting time. It means you're not contributing towards the goal.
All right.
So this doesn't specifically involve going in and looking at a body, because you would immediately find that you are not able to get access to the body because there is a wake happening. But presumably you'll overhear conversations or start asking around, start looking for boats, etc. So this is going to kind of represent all that stuff together. So the choices are going to be Bewitch, Carouse, and History, which basically represents you asking people, drinking in the bar after the service is over, and doing research if you have access to such a thing.
You said it was Bewitch, Carouse, and what was the third one?
History.
History.
Oh boy, you picked the best ones for this.
I have an AV of 2 in Carouse, like that's
I
a
picked
thing.
nothing. This is a pre-written adventure.
Oh yeah,
But you
no,
do
I
pick them. It's not.
I see 3 zeros, 3 skills and 3 zeros.
Well,
I've got-
luckily, you get to flip a card and add that to your 0.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the mechanic of the game.
Oh boy,
I have a -3, a -2, and a +2.
All right, that's solid.
Then yeah,
So I'm going to take the first attempt with a carouse check. I'm going to pony up to the bar and see if I can overhear anyone, talking a little too loudly about anything that they've got going on, any boats that might be hiring, that sort of thing.
All right, tip 1 back. Target number 10.
All right, target number 10. And I add 2 to this. That is an 8. That is a failure.
You can cheat. Would you like to?
Let me see real quick. You know what? I do have a 10, so I'm going to cheat in a 10 from my hand.
All right, so that will be 1 success. Who wants to take a crack at it next?
I'm gonna head to the bar as well to kind of like maybe even. I mean, I not like mechanically assist, but kind of like do the similar approach, I guess, sort of
Right.
with Krause.
Target number 10. Everybody, this nice early morning, everybody's just going and getting drunk.
I'm gonna cheat in a
know
9
our
to get
skill set.
11, and yep, that's me.
What'd you say, Gary? We know our skill set.
Yeah, we know our skill set.
History, study books? No, we'll just go drink.
I know one type of history, and it is not applicable in this situation.
The history of drinking. Dog and Trey, what do you guys want to do?
I think Gunther is going to use his magnificent personality to try and bewitch some people at the bar to get some information.
I bet he is.
He's going to end up talking about the difference between Earthside and Malifaux laws and how one sucks and the other one's better. And it's probably very wrong.
Oh, you're
Flip,
spreading guild propaganda is what you're telling me.
probably. Should I fail and let it be funny? It only counts towards failure if it's a margin, right?
That's a margin.
So, I'm gonna cheat in a 7 to make it a not margin.
Yay.
Nice.
No one likes you, it turns out. Your bewitch check is a failure.
Yeah, I figured.
Trey?
I guess I'll use the only skill I have a positive acting value in. I shall carouse.
Oh,
What
shocking.
about Falcarat?
You know, Eclipse really hires the best and the brightest. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
I'm a social drinker. They're drinking, so shall I.
Right, yeah, of course.
At some point, like
Oh,
Eclipse
Yeah,
needs like a hiring man. Oh god.
Oh shit.
cheat that. That was lip. There we go.
What's
That
that?
would
Yeah.
be a total 12.
You have a 3 in carouse. Wow,
Yeah,
Damn.
impressive.
total.
My man.
All right. So an hour goes by of you all being miscreants and just hitting the bar because that's what you do, except for Dog, who goes out and makes some people not like him. And you are able to gather the following information. You find out that the ferryman only appears when it is foggy out or the moon is not out. It's never been seen on land. And because of this, a lot of people speculate that it's some sort of aquatic creature like a shark or some other like river monster type thing.
Wait, but if it has been like quote unquote like seen, like it has it been seen or just sort of like attacked people?
We're getting there.
Has some? Okay, never mind.
You find out that the guild has looked into it briefly, but since most of the victims of this purported ferryman are smugglers and sort of ne'er-do-wells. They don't seem to really have cared much, and they've basically written it off as just an excuse that people are using to explain the deaths of drunks or criminals. And finally, you were able to ascertain that the ferryman tends to strike in a series of attacks over the course of a few days and then goes dormant for a series of months in some cases. It's so far this time around it has appeared twice, but only Nicholas Varka and Lena Morse were killed. Everyone kind of assumes that there will be more attacks, and a lot of the local fishermen have been staying off the river at night.
It's a werewolf with a boat.
Could
No,
be.
I'm kidding.
That's badass.
That would be kind of badass.
It actually is.
It's a were shark.
God, it's Bruce.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's what you determined this time. Let's run it all back. Gary, you want to go first again?
Sure, why not? I'm going to attempt let me check my history one more time, just so I can give this a little more variety.
Hmm.
My history is -1, so I'd only need an 11 to succeed.
I will say that again. I don't know if there's exceptions to this, but generally speaking, there is no benefit to doing different skills. It's just
Oh, thank God.
use
Okay,
any of the skills. You don't have to use all of them.
Well, let me phrase it this way then. I think I have a more interesting role play for using a history check
Okay.
over using. So I don't know very much about history, but something most people don't know about Hugo is that he's actually fairly knowledgeable about art history, specifically paintings and that sort of thing. So I'm going to look around the area and see if I can find any local art museums here on the waterfront that might have art that involves the ferryman or creatures of the area, or even just maps of the area that would be useful or interesting for us to work with.
You do know you're in the slums, right?
Fair enough.
I really like where your head's at, and I feel like that's a good idea. But I don't know if you're gonna find an art museum because you're in the slums.
Okay. Are there any art museums near the slums? Is there
Let me-
anything I can work with on that? Because my character would know absolutely nothing about history otherwise.
does street art count?
Sure. You know what? Yeah, let's look for graffiti.
And
Let's
yes,
look for
we
that
can
kind of stuff.
100% work with that. Let's do it.
All
Pretty
right.
cool.
Let's.
I like that.
We're looking for an 11, and I do not succeed.
Oh,
But I will cheat in 12, so it does succeed
I like it.
sweet.
because
That's
that
very
gives me
cool.
just enough.
Awesome. All right, Calder. More drinking?
Yep, just more drinking because it's
Because it's
the best
11 a.m.
time.
on a Tuesday.
Are you kidding me? Oh God. I don't have. If I hang on, I've got. I'm gonna cheat in a 7, which still fails to a 9, but I just don't want the margin of failure to be as bad.
All right. We're just going to blow our whole hand right here in the first. I like it.
This is because we've got like really zip information unless we get something.
The typical Eclipse job.
No, I mean, like, normally we get sent somewhere, like, and people will explain the situation to us, but here's more kind of like, oh yeah, this ferryman who you've not heard of
Well, to be fair,
keeps killing people.
the guy who told you to go after the ferryman, no one asked him anything about the ferryman, so you might have had more information, but here we are.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Hey man, he's the one that wants his son's killer to be brought to justice. He should have been like, hey, by the way,
Yeah.
I know this. Well, he obviously doesn't give enough of a shit about his son. So we're working with what we got here.
You drinking again?
Well, I didn't drink the first time,
Oh, I'm
but
sorry. You gonna go make some people not like you again?
yeah, I'm just trying to think of a good political topic. Let's let the other gentleman go before me.
Okay.
While I think this up.
Are you gonna have another drink?
Yeah, I'll continue to win over the bartender by being a good customer.
All right.
Hey.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go.
Is that pretty at 16? 17?
17. So
That's a
it's
margin.
still
Oof.
Somebody's
Nice.
carrying the party already.
carrying the party and holding my beer.
There you go. I like to think that you did some sort of bar trick where you like either shotgunned a beer or did like a sleight of hand magic trick or something, and everybody really liked it, so they started spilling the beans.
He did the world's best game of beer pong anyone's ever seen.
Okay, so Gunther is gonna carouse, but what he's gonna do is he's gonna like be showing off his gun in like the least gun safe way possible.
Oh no.
And he's gonna be like, check this shit out. This does some crazy shit. I've ricocheted a bullet from a guy in front of me to a guy behind me, and it reloads itself.
I think as he's saying this, Mason will pull his rat like closer to his lap to like hide it from possible stray guns.
I'm so
I
tempted to give you a negative twist for this.
Oh no, 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 no.
I could shoot a rat from 300 yards in the eye. Flippy flip.
Hiding the rat under his coat, but
Cheat. I want people to believe me.
So somehow, in spite of the absolutely reckless behavior that you're putting on display, several people seem to be impressed by this because you're in the slums and people are dumb and they're used to dangerous, wild things happening.
this is a wake. And
Well, the service is over at this point now. It's kind of people are just, back to drinking. It's a tavern,
yeah.
All right. So you passed that one, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you're able to acquire more information. People who have seen the ferryman have described it as a lone figure wearing a robe, usually at the stern of a small rowboat. No one seems to have ever gotten a look at it up close and lived to sort of report back. After the ferryman kills someone, it seems to load their bodies onto their boat and ferry them away into the night, and tends to take their boat in addition to the body. And the bodies are usually not seen again. And though there is some variance in terms of the location where the attacks take place, they're all usually centered around the Bektar district of the riverfront slums, which is where you are currently standing. How many did you get this one? 1, 2, 3, 4. So one more. And finally, the ferryman has been sighted a handful of times in the last year. And there have been different stories told. The most common is the tale of a grim figure that comes to collect the souls of those who have died on the water. It's sort of turned into a kind of legend at this point.
So, but if it loads the corpses onto its boat, but I'm not sure if it'll need a flip. But I mean, was there a body of the owner that they found, or is it?
You didn't see one. That one guy said that there might have been, but you didn't see it. So, all right. So that is 2 hours into the search. Let's do it again. You are one success shy.
All right. I will give it another shot. I am going to carouse because I don't think I can attempt to cheat that many more times and spend all of my cards. So I'm just going to attempt to carouse. I'm going to attempt to buy someone a drink and see if I can't just put it on their tab without them noticing, and say I'm going to buy you a drink, and then I'll put it on their tab.
This sounds like a deceive check to me.
I'm
just kidding.
Alrighty, so carouse, I get +2. That is a 4.
There are good cards in this deck, I swear.
I mean, they'll be
maybe.
coming now. So yeah, hopefully.
We'll see them one day, maybe.
That is a margin of failure.
Yep.
Also be carousing. Let's see. Flippity flip. Nope, that's an 8.
All right. That is not a margin of failure. Trey?
All right, one more carouse. Ooh, nice. That is my brain. Hang on, 16.
Nice. That is also a margin of success. And Dog?
Gunther's gonna start a fight with the bartender.
Perfect.
Because somebody put an extra drink on his tab and he doesn't know how the fuck it got there. It fails. I get thrown out of the tab.
Yeah. So the last piece, a little tidbit of information that you're able to pick up is one of the crewmen of a nearby moored ship, the Anna Pafsievo, claims that the ferryman is just a boogeyman that is dreamed up by smugglers, and nobody looks into the rumors of their deaths because they're rum runners and they're often killed by rival rum runners.
I mean, that does check out.
Yeah. So, as part of your investigation, you hear about this man who tends to hang out in a nearby tavern. You make your way over to that tavern. It's a few blocks away, but still in the same sort of district. And you encounter a man named John Clef. John Clef downs his ale like a seasoned drinker, his gaze remaining distant as he tells his story. Aye, old Varka sent his son out upon the river with us, more to prove there weren't anything to be afraid of from the ferrymen than 'cause we needed 'em. But he was dead wrong. He motions to the bartender to refill his drink. The ferryman came upon us that very night. He rose out of the water like an angel of death and hooked poor Nico through his left arm, just like he was a fish. Pulled him over the side in the blink of an eye. Cleft raises his hand to his face and pinches the bridge of his nose. All we could do was yell after him until the ferryman rose again and claimed Albert the same way. After that, we rowed for shore as fast as we could. The ferryman still managed to grab Thomas before we hit ground. I was the only one to reach shore with my life.
This is like some horror movie level shit. I'm fucking into it. Let's do this.
Nice. I mean, I don't say nice in character because that would be a horrible thing to say to this poor man.
Everyone in the bar suddenly turns to you and it's dead silent. What?
Oh, no.
He's the ferryman, get him!
Gunther says nice.
Oh, God.
Now he knows he'll get to use his gun.
So, has John Clef known? He asked John Clef, like, have you known? Sorry, was it Varka, the kid? Sorry, the son.
Yeah, Nicholas Varka. Varka's their
Nicholas. Sorry, just to keep Nicholas. Sorry. Yeah. Have you worked with Nicholas for a long time?
Yeah, a while now. He tips back another drink. Does it matter?
I mean, was it the first time he was on the ship? Because he was saying that his father was trying to make a show of the river being safe to traverse, I guess.
It was the first time this season, yeah.
Oh, this season, okay.
I don't know what he's done in the past. Haven't known him that long. Been working for his father for a while though. He's kind of important around here, you know?
Yeah. Respectable. As much as it gets down here anyway.
He kind of cracks a little bit of a smile. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He looks down at your bag. Where is the rat currently?
No, actually, the rat is. No, it's probably like somewhere in his jacket because he was like kind of like he had to like hide it like underneath his jacket.
Okay, well he sees it
while he was like getting drunk.
He sees a little bit of a lump there, and he kind of like notices it, but then he intentionally looks away and takes another drink.
Look, he's a drunk sailor. He's probably seen weirder things in his life.
Oh yeah, no,
than a guy carrying a rat.
He was just like, whatever, weird shit's happening. It's fine.
Yeah. What should I mean? Paint me somewhat of a picture. What does it look like? The ferryman? Is it? Is it bigger than a person? Is it as big as a person?
It's definitely bigger than any person I've seen. And then he's gonna look over at Hugo and Chet, and then he's gonna kind of like stop for a second. Well, maybe not than any person I've seen, but he's bigger than me, that's for sure. Like I said, it was pretty dark, but he looked like an angel of death, just raising up out of the water and grabbing people left and right.
With its hands or with the weapon? Is it?
Don't know if you can much call that a hand. It had some sort of hook. It's more like it.
Fitting, I suppose.
He sort of just like has a 1,000-yard stare into the distance
Yeah.
as he's reliving this in his mind.
Was the hook on? It wasn't like was it a fisherman's hook or was it like a hook on a stick?
I mean, it weren't no teeny little fish hook. It was a big grab a man, pull him overboard size hook. But I couldn't tell you much more than that. It was hard to see.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear it make any noises?
Can't say I remember anything particular over the splashing and the screaming.
Do you at least remember like whereabouts it happened?
He sort of like his eyes sort of jump back and forth a few times. It couldn't have been too far from here. I washed up on shore just a ways down, but couldn't really give you anything more specific than that. When you're out on the water, you can't really see much. You're mostly just headed in whatever direction you're headed, and you get there when you get there.
That makes sense.
Well, seems.
I don't think Mason has any idea of like shipmanship, so he just assumes that he checks out. He has no reason not to believe it.
I guess I have one last question. Did it attempt to take anyone else, or did it just take one and leave? I missed if you said.
No, it left. I
Yeah,
think it took everybody, didn't it?
There were 4 people.
Oh.
He was the only survivor.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misheard that. My bad.
He's gonna motion to the bartender to give him another refill, and the bartender will do so. And then he's gonna pick up his drink and turn back towards the group. You guys gonna go after it? And he kind of notices any visible weapons that anyone has.
No, we're going to kill it.
Oh, big words.
Well, good luck there, partner. Hope you arranged your finances with your loved ones before you set out on a fool's errand like that. And he's gonna tip the drink back.
Is there? Would you know how to actually get a boat? Because we do not have a boat.
I mean, there's lots of ways to get a boat. Docks aren't far from here. Probably rent one out. Speak to somebody that, if you want something bigger than a rowboat, you might have to have quite a bit of money on hand, but probably go ask around.
Were you using one of the company's boats, or do you have your own that we could rent from you?
I was a company's boat, and it's lost. Never been seen since. I'm not a man of much means, if you catch my drift, so I certainly don't own one myself.
Who is? I think it might be smart to try and get a boat before everybody rushes for. I don't know. Because 150 script is a lot of.
So in my little head canon, you guys are talking to this guy. And Gunther has already been thrown out of the bar, so he's just waiting for you guys outside. And he doesn't know any of this information y'all have.
What did he get kicked out of the bar for this time?
Fighting the bartender over that extra drink.
No, this is a new bar.
Oh, it's a new bar? Okay, never mind. Damn, I missed that one.
I
Okay,
think
so he
Mason
knows
was
all this
first, and kind of coming across Gunther just explains like the whole situation.
Well, I think we should go get a boat and wait for that fog.
I mean, does the fog come fairly regularly, or is it more of a? I assume it does, given that it's the.
It seems like it's mostly at night. Doesn't look particularly foggy at the moment.
Oh, god damn it!
But it's already, into the afternoon at this point, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to start wandering outside. I'm going to go see if I can't intimidate a guy into lending us a boat.
Okay.
I want to find that. I want to find that Ortega fella. I want him to introduce me to his cousin.
I need to avoid him because I'm pretending to be an Ortega, and that's how I got hired by the company in the first place.
Oh god.
For real? Oh no.
Yeah. I ended up with the Ortega backstory, and I'm like, ooh, well, my character is Spanish. He's not even Mexican. But people heard him speaking Spanish. They're like, oh, okay, he must be an Ortega if he came to Malifaux. And I was like, are you going to pay me more if I say I'm an Ortega? Yeah. Then I'm
Amazing.
Ortega.
That's
I need to
That's
avoid.
amazing.
I need to stay away from actual Ortegas. So we'll be like, hold on, I haven't seen you at Latigo before.
I mean, they got a real big family, so I feel like if you were really good at lying, you could probably bluff your way through it.
I'm pretty white is the problem.
You
Oh,
know,
God.
Well, I'm Spanish, but I'm from actual Spain.
it's Mexican people of
Uh.
all of all.
I don't even have a Mexican accent. I have a Spanish.
I love
accent.
that idea.
that might be tough. Mexicans would definitely pick up on the Spaniard.
Yeah, they'll pick that up real fast. My
Just
character isn't
talking.
super bright, but I'm bright enough not to try to pretend to be a Mexican to a Mexican person.
But more importantly, I'm pretty sure that Perdita is way out of Gunther's league. So good luck with that.
I don't know. He's a good-looking man. He's young. He can shoot
Likes
a gun
guns.
really good.
Yep.
You know, we got a lot in common. He likes shooting stuff, making blood spill. Like we fucking man, we like two peas in a pod.
If English Ivan can get Mei Feng, come on, give him some credit.
Yeah,
British
Ivan
man
is a
get
good looking
Mei
dude.
Feng.
I mean, come on.
No,
dude,
listen,
Gunther is basically
he's
Ivan. Basically
Is
Ivan
he? Is he though? I'm not
minus
sure about
minus
that one.
the minus the fucking the thing in your head cage.
Well, also minus like probably like a lot of the actual like civility.
Skills,
Like,
the stability, the skills.
yeah.
the intelligence, the massive amounts of money
Listen.
behind him.
Listen, he was like that at one point.
All right, so
Yep.
you guys head outside and start heading towards where the docks seem to be. And you immediately notice that the few boats that are around, there are groups of people who, some of whom you recognize from the previous gathering, who appear to be setting up, kind of loading equipment and getting ready to take these boats out on the river. As soon as everybody sort of left the area you were in earlier, it seems like they all had similar ideas and started getting whatever access to boats they could find so that they could head out on the river to try to claim that bounty.
I assumed some would, but that amount of people, that's a bit unfortunate.
There were quite a few people in the crowd when you guys
Yeah.
got it, so yeah.
Do we recognize anybody? Like the Ortega guy, especially?
You don't see him particularly, no.
Damn. Figured he'd be important.
He's probably hiring a more subtle boat.
He's probably gonna ambush us after we fucking take the bounty.
I mean, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing too. I'm glad we think alike.
Listen, well, you know what? I'm not gonna say that yet. We'll get there when we
Yep.
get there.
Gunther and Hugo are gonna get along.
Until we get paid, then it gets difficult.
That scares me. All of this scares me.
Oh,
Alrighty.
right.
So I'm going to see what boat has the fewest number of pencil necks around it and see if I can't walk up and intimidate them off their claim.
Okay. Is everyone going to follow Hugo?
yes.
I also want to intimidate. Do I have that skill? Let me see. I don't even know.
Terrible at it, if I remember correctly. The Mickey Mouse voice
Oh yeah.
comes to mind.
I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh, I'm gonna break your legs. Oh, this guy's so adorable.
My
Uh,
intimidate is +5, so.
-1. Let's do this.
Aye.
I help
Maybe
him.
you just pick up smoking habits so your voice just roughs up.
No, it's 6 actually.
So nearby where you are, you see a group of 3 of these apparently bounty hunters loading up a pretty small, not a particularly large rowboat, and the 2 of them appear to be kind of grabbing bags and a small crate and loading it up onto the boat, while the other one is sort of looking around, and they notice you approaching, and he kind of motions to the other 2, and they all stop and turn and look in your direction as you approach.
I'm going to walk up and I'm going to say, there's awful dangerous business happening tonight. Some real difficult, dangerous things. Are you sure you're interested in taking a boat out on the water tonight?
Yeah, 150 script is awful good motivation if you know what I mean. And
Mm-hmm.
how close to them do you get?
So I'm standing like 15 feet away, but I'm going to slowly walk a little bit closer as I'm talking. I got my hands in my pockets.
Okay.
I'm just sort of talking. I'm like, oh man, yeah, 150 script. That really sounds just wonderfully nice. It's what a wonderful amount of money that would be. Am I able to get close enough where I could put my hand on one of their shoulders?
So as soon as you get closer than the 15 or so feet, the two behind the one you're talking to both put their hands on their holsters. They don't draw, but they have their hands on their guns. The one in the front tries to kind of keep it cool and maintain his confidence.
Okay.
Um,
Again, I haven't done it. I'm trying not to do anything particularly dangerous until I get within grabbing range.
right. Okay.
Gunther has been lazily like following him this whole time. Like there's still some distance, and then when they put their hands on their guns, he puts
Oh
his
no.
hands on both of his. But like in a resting, like chill type of manner, like he's just moseying on over that wide little fucking little walking stance, like he's a set of calipers just walking.
What are Mason and Chet doing while this is happening?
Also slowly approaching, but like I think he's gonna try to not look like he's with the group because he's probably just gonna make things worse. In fairness.
Okay. And what about Chet?
I guess just watch from a reasonable distance.
Okay.
Like close enough that I could close within a round if something does happen.
All right.
I
So,
also want to note that my -1 intimidate is at work here.
Oh no.
so yeah, we're gonna nail this for
Yeah.
sure. So up till now, Hugo is not intentionally trying to intimidate them. He's just trying to stall to get closer. Do I understand that
Yeah,
correctly?
he's just trying to get closer. Ideally, I'm never actually going to hurt anybody, but I am gonna if I am allowed to. Basically, I've got two different monologues based on whether or not I can actually reach them and put my hand on one of their shoulders, versus if they're not even going to let me get that close before combat starts.
Okay. So as soon as you get within like 6 feet, the one that you're
Mhm.
speaking to is going to draw his pistol,
Mhm.
and he's not going to point it at you. He's going to kind of hold it facing the ground still, but he's
Mhm.
going to give you he's going to muster up the sternest look that he can muster given the circumstances, and he's going to look at you in the face and say, "Well, hold it right there, partner. That's far
Well,
enough."
he's going to try to say that, but what's going to happen is I'm walking towards him. I'm like, yeah, 150 script. That's a lot of money. You can do a lot of stuff with that money. And about that point is where he starts to draw. And that's when I'm going to stop. I'm going to take my hands out of my pockets. I'm going to lean forward slightly because I can't imagine he's taller than me.
No.
Just enough to do a little bit of looming, perhaps. And I'm going to say, if you can spend it, if you're alive to spend it, I should say.
Oh.
And that's when I'm going to hit him with the intimidate check.
All right. Let's do a couple of things here. So, Chet, give me a target number 7 notice check.
Let's see what my notice is. Total of 2. Flip. 13.
Ooh.
All right. That's pretty good. So, man, you're nailing. I don't think you flip lower than an 11 this whole session so far. You hang back and you're sort of watching this interaction go down, and you of course notice that all of these mercenaries seem to be cautious, and they seem to be potentially anticipating a problem here. They are assuming that you guys are not approaching for any kind of good reason. But as you're sort of watching this happen, you're noticing that this rowboat is not particularly large. It looks like it would probably hold 4 average sized people, and it would be pretty tight. But 2 of you are much bigger than average sized
Oh.
people. And
Yeah.
it's occurring to you as this is all going down that actually this probably isn't enough boat for the group of you. Calder, why don't you give me a stealth check? Target number 9.
Oh. Okay. That is a sorry. 10.
Nice.
All right, so you are able to sort of take a little bit of a circuitous route and hang. You kind of walk around further, like on the opposite side of the water from where they're all talking, and you're actually able to get past them a little bit and then circle around a little bit closer without them noticing because they're so focused on the two people that are directly approaching them.
Could I also flip notice to see whether the ship is too small for us?
No, you were focusing on
Okay,
not
fair enough.
being
Yeah,
seen.
that's fair. No, just
I'm trying not to be noticed.
And now let's have Hugo and Gunther give me an intimidate check. Target number
Mhm.
12.
Oh boy. Well, should I flip first?
Yeah, go for it, man.
We're just going to have
Alright.
one check. I would say that he can assist, but I'm going to guess that would probably be a negative modifier. So
Yep.
let's just have you take it.
All right. I've got a +6 to my intimidate,
That's pretty good.
so
Yeah.
I get an 18.
That's nice.
So may I narrate something real quick?
Sure, go for it.
So he's got his hand on his gun. I would like to reach out real fast and grab hold of his entire arm and wrist and hand with the pistol, and just hold it. I'm not going to squeeze, but I am going to let him see that my hand is larger than his chest, and that my hand I could palm 2 basketballs in a single fist. And I'm just gonna be like, now, I'd like you to please consider very carefully just how much your life is worth.
What was your total on that? Was it an 18?
18.
Wow.
Okay.
So as you reach out, you see that his hand is trembling on his gun, even though the gun is still in the holster. You can see
Mhm.
that it's visibly shaking. And when you grab him, you feel his shoulders sort of slump, and he doesn't literally collapse, but you can sort of sense his whole stature kind of crumbling under your presence as you're looking down at him. And
Mhm.
he's going to just barely manage to look up and make eye contact. Listen. Why don't you just take the boat? We'll head out. We didn't really want to. We didn't want to be here anyway. And you see the two behind him both start taking steps backwards.
I'm going to give him a smile that does not reach my eyes at all.
Oh my
And I'm going
God.
to take my other arm and I'm going to clap him on the shoulder a little roughly, but I'll be like, good man. All right. Clear out, you three.
He's gonna take like a very nervous step as he tries to like pull his body away from your grasp, and then the three of them will fast walk in the opposite direction. They just barely notice Mason standing there, but they're just so eager to get away from all of you that they don't really seem to care much and just kind of continue on their way.
Okay. Would
Perfect.
anyone else like to do anything before I take a look at the boat?
I mean, once Mason sees the boat owner scurry off, he'll probably move a little bit faster towards the boat to ideally jump in. But I mean, I don't know. But at least have a look at it.
Does Hugo have to take a check to see that the boat is too small for all 4 of them, or is at this point you can just sort of tell?
At this point, everything's calmed down enough. You all sort of regroup, and you're able to pretty easily, you look over, you see they grab their supplies. There's pretty much just like a pair of oars, and the boat. It's like partially in the water, but it's secure on the shore, and it doesn't take you very long to notice. Like, actually, that's kind of a small boat. It's going to be a little tight.
It was about at this point that I was going to walk up and say, "Well, you scared off the competition, but this dinghy isn't going to be quite enough for the bigger guys."
Well, if that's the case, we're either getting another boat or I'm sinking this one.
We could sell this one.
I mean, I don't know if we're going to have time to sell a boat. I'd rather just sink it so we don't have more competition on the water and find us a larger boat.
That's a good point.
Muscle in on that. Unless we can get a second boat.
That's a good idea.
I'm not going to sink a boat that we could use, but I'm not going to leave a boat on the shore or even sell a boat to someone unless we can make a profit enough to buy a larger boat.
It'd be tough to sell a secondhand small boat to buy a big boat.
That's kind of what I'm
true.
thinking.
On that note, Gunther's gonna pull out one of his guns and put 2 holes in the bottom of that boat.
He doesn't even have to do that.
Nice.
I'm just going to take out my pocket knife, and with my massive gorilla strength, I can punch right through. You can save yourself a bullet or two.
We run into some more mercenaries, I'll get more free bullets.
I mean,
That's only if we kill them.
hang
or
on.
we-
The
Ask them nicely for ammo.
they were mentioning that they were using a company boat when the sun got grabbed. So maybe we can get a boat from. I should keep notes. I'm so sorry.
Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, or at the wherever. I mean, are we at some kind of docks? Or can we see anybody else who's trying? Who has a boat? I don't know.
You're in like a slightly more isolated area where
Yeah.
it doesn't really look like it's meant to launch boats, but they just kind of had this boat
Yeah.
that they
fair.
were launching from the side. But you can see further down that there are docks, and you also notice that there are several boats that are actually already being launched.
Oh, God damn it.
Now, question: is there like a bend in the river where if we were to use the small boat and just cram on in, we could get close to another boat and just sort of throw people over the side?
I'm pretty sure your boat doesn't hold water anymore. Does somebody want to try to fix this boat? Because that's not a
Oh, no.
terrible plan.
Oh yeah, no, that's a
It's
fair
got
point.
2
Yeah,
bullet
this,
holes
this
in it
boat's
now.
toast.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
yeah.
it's not. It hasn't literally sunk because it's still on the shore, but it does have holes
Mhm.
in it now. So
That's a fair point. Yeah, we already said we were going to do it. All right. Well, let's take a look and see if we can't find a larger boat somewhere else then.
Mm.
Sounds good to me.
Also, I just want to say, man, Hugo's a piece of shit.
uh-huh.
I'm pretty
I never play mean characters like this, and man, he is a dickhead.
I'm pretty sure we're like two of the top 2 biggest pieces of shit in the entire Eclipse in the same group right now.
Oh man, it's great. All right. So yeah, are there any? So let's look around real quick. Do we see any other boats on shore that would be large enough for all 4 of us?
Do you want to head back to where the actual like docks are in the area?
Yeah.
That seems reasonable. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a super long walk. You head back mostly in the direction that you came from earlier, back towards the original tavern, and you get to this dock area, and you can see that where there earlier this morning were several boats docked at this dock. Now they're all but gone.
Oh dang.
And you can see a little ways in the distance that there are several boats out on the actual river. It's fairly crowded, more so than you would normally expect if you're familiar with the area, because of all the excitement. 150 scripts, a lot of script, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No kidding.
And I'm a little stuck. I got no other ideas. If it doesn't involve hurting people or scaring people and then hurting them, I'm a little dry of the well of concepts is a little dry.
Here's a new one. Hurting them, then scaring them.
I'm that's the third in my wheelhouse, but unfortunately not particularly applicable to leaving boats.
What we can do is what you can do is you can just lay on your back in the water and I'll sit on your chest.
Just
Anyone
reenact
do a
the end
mean
of
backstroke?
Titanic.
Hugo is the boat.
God. I do have flippers for hands. What can I say? Aye.
Let's get with the boss man and borrow a big boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's head back to Varkas and see if we can't pick something up here.
I was also going to suggest maybe find people who are planning on being on the river for unrelated reasons, act as like security or guards or whatever. They want protection.
bad
They want to
idea.
kill the thing that's attacking them.
Also, like none of us. I mean, unless I'm speaking for myself. I don't know. Mason doesn't know how to operate a boat. It's not.
I really like Chet's idea.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I say let's check out and see if there's anyone on the. We're already at the docks. So let's save ourselves a walk because we're losing daylight. Let's look around and see if anyone has a boat that isn't gone, and if not, then we'll have to go from there. But let's before we spend time getting a hold of Varkas, let's get a hold of another dock worker perhaps.
Okay, so you guys start looking around to try to see if there's anybody kind of just dawdling in the area that you might be able to pitch this idea to. And the immediate area is pretty desolate at this point. Everybody seems to have, one way or another, gotten a hold of all the boats that are right here and jumped on the river right away to start the search. But
Mhm.
you kind of make your way a little bit further continuing in the same direction that you're headed, and just past the docks here, in the distance, you see this little shack that looks pretty beaten down, and there's some equipment in the area, and it looks like there might be some presence there, some activity going on. So you get a little bit closer, and at first you just see a child who looks like he's maybe like a 10 to 12 years old, standing outside of the shack. And as you get a little bit closer, an old man comes outside and stands next to him and kind of looks as you guys all approach. You notice that there is the very distinct smell of fish, potentially bad fish.
Probably bad fish. Like it's not just.
Bad meaning rotten, not being evil, but
Yeah, no, I
maybe
understand.
also evil.
It's
Stupid
Malifaux
dead
after
rotten
all.
Yeah.
fish.
Hey there, partners. What brings you out? And he kind of like looks up and down the beach here. Brings you out this far.
I'm going to say this out of character real quick. Does anyone have better non-intimidate?
Oh Christ, I mean.
Gunther is super not intimidating, so let me do the talking.
I
Yeah,
have
let's
one.
have someone else talk
I have a
first.
+1 in Bewitch. I have a -2 in Convince. Never mind that. Christ,
I'm
I
willing
don't
to
know what.
offer him a couple script for the boat, but we'll have to see what happens here.
I have an AV of 7 in pistols if my words don't work.
Yes, shoot the child. That's the plan. That's great.
And I have critical strike,
Oh,
so
hang
I
on.
will super shoot the child.
I have
No,
Deceive 3, which seems cruel, but it is a thing.
We're good at shooting, drinking, and lying. That's the
Yeah.
party.
I have a
scaring.
1 in Bewitch. Like I can be a little bit nice, but like not massively.
I can cast spells. I can make them fight a gammon.
Oh my god.
That is not a spell I have, but
My character is not excited to be beating up fisher folk on the river. It's not his. There's no money in it for just beating people up.
Gunther does not draw a line anywhere. Um,
I mean, sure.
but
Oh, I got
Gunther,
nothing. Yeah, except for the Deceive and the Bewitch, I got nothing.
well, Gunther's gonna respond to this man. It's the afternoon, right? We're in the afternoon time.
Yeah.
Afternoon, sir. We're looking to borrow a boat from somebody.
Well, I'd be lying if I said you were the first one that came by today, but it seems everybody already got all the boats in the area. What seems to be exciting everybody to go out on the river this time of day?
They got a big job finding some fella called the Ferryman, and
When you mention the ferryman, you see him pull the kid in a little bit closer to him. The ferryman, huh?
that's what they say.
Why would you be going out there looking for the ferryman? Seems kind of backwards if you ask me.
Some rich fella wants us to kill the thing, and we kind of need a boat to do that.
Kill it, you
There's a
say?
bit of money in it for us. There could be a bit of money in it for you.
Kill it, you say? Well, that'd be nice. Been harassing nice folks like us for a while now. So you say you need a boat for it?
Yes,
Mhm.
sir. We need something a little bit bigger than your typical rowboat.
Motioning at himself. I mean, sir, please.
Yeah, motioning at the two giant people I have next to me.
And you said there's money in it, huh?
A little
Yes,
bit.
sir.
Well, what are you offering, if you don't mind me asking?
5 script.
5 script for the boat for the night?
Yeah.
He scratches his head and like looks off in the distance. Suppose you'll be needing somebody to drive the boat, huh? None of you look like fishermen to me.
We'll
Fair.
5 script for the boat and 5 script for a driver. How's that sound?
Oh, it sounds like you folks got yourself a deal as long as you can guarantee my safety. And of course, my son's safety, most important.
Is the
Wait, are
sun
we
coming on the boat?
Don't see why not. It's got to learn to trade one of these days.
Yes.
Yeah. All
Out
right.
of character.
Sure.
Oh God, I want to stop him from doing this.
Gunther-
but I'm not going to.
Gunther just dead faces, like monotone. Yes. Just like, yes, we can do all that.
Well,
Want to add to the best of our ability.
How small is this child?
looks like he's between 10 and 12. He's kind of
Oh,
wiry.
God.
He doesn't look like he's particularly tough, but they're both pretty wiry and don't look like they'd be put up much of a fight. But
Oh boy.
I can 100% guarantee I will not let the ferryman take you alive.
he was about to reach out to shake Hugo's hand, and when Gunther says that, he kind of like hesitates, but then he reconsiders and he goes forward. Well, sounds fair enough to me.
Oh God. Well, this is starting off well, isn't it?
So after he shakes your hand, he's gonna kind of like look around expectantly. So that's 10 script, you said, eh?
Oh boy.
Right. Should we just split it between? I mean,
I got 2 script on hand.
I have got.
Did we say anything about up front?
We did not say up front. That's true.
I think
I'm
we probably
gonna
expected it up
turn
front,
around to him and say, "Hold on. None of us said nothing about up front."
Well, listen here. I might not be the brightest bulb in the batch, but if I'm gonna risk my boat and my life and the life of my boy here, I'm gonna need the money up front. Because if you guys don't get your bounty, and somebody else gets your bounty, or better yet, the ferryman takes all of them with him, then it sounds like I'm not getting paid. And
Half up front.
can't have that.
So out of character, I do have 6 script. So if we just split between the group of us, it should not be as bad.
I know, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna stare at him and say half up front.
Give me a target number 9 barter check.
Okay.
Anyone in the group that has barter as a skill can assist.
You know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. And if anyone wants to assist, feel free to give me a bonus. But I've got a built-in 3 on this because it's a tenacity.
Does anyone have any ranks in barter in the skill? No.
You would think that the rat catcher did, but no.
Was that a no, Trey?
No.
It was a no.
Sorry.
All right, well, flip it and we'll see if it matters if Dogmatize has it. It does.
Oh!
All right, that's a 16.
He shrugs his shoulders. All right, sounds fair enough to me. But I'll be after you for that other 5 afterwards, whether you get the bounty or not.
I expect it. All right, and I'm gonna pull out 1 script from my pocket and then turn to the other people and
Yeah,
see what
so-
they're offering up.
I'll offer 2.
I guess I'll offer my last 2.
I only have to pay 1 script?
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm not going to argue.
You hired the boat, and we're offering half up front, so
Well,
we need 5 script total.
Right, it's 5 for now. He does expect you to pay the other 5 later.
Oh, okay. So I give them the 1 script they need for the pot.
All
So I
right.
just get 1 of my script.
So you all collect this sweaty, gross money out of your pockets and then stack it up and hand it to him. And he gives you he gives you a big smile and hands the money to his son, and his son stuffs it in his pocket. Well, why don't you folks give us about 2 hours? The ship will be back not long. We'll get it ready to go, and we'll head out.
All right. You got a chair?
He kind of like looks around. You're not gonna find a lot in terms of amenities around here. Sorry about that.
Then I'm just going to go over to the side of his shack and lean up against it, and you will hear audible creaking from the wood.
Oh my God.
So, quick question.
Yep.
Does nobody in this party have a wallet?
I have a wallet. Why?
That requires me to have money.
Oh, well, it's all right. I have extra. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out an empty wallet and gives it to him just for you. When he opens it, it's got the ID of that one minor lady
Oh my
still
god.
in it.
Oh man.
Did you give it to the kid or to the man?
I gave it to Gary or Hugo.
All right. I have a tiny blood money wallet, I guess now.
Don't ask me where I got it.
I wasn't gonna. I'm gonna take out the ID and just flick it over my shoulder and stuff the rest of my dollars in it.
I'm gonna go to while we're waiting these 2 hours. Gunther's gonna go find a store and buy some waterproof matches.
Mm.
If
Okay.
he can do
Clever.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, a good point in terms of like, what else to buy?
Take out, I'll say 20 pence for the matches.
What is that, like pennies? That's like the 0.5.
It would be 0.2, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I got a 0.5. That's my brain doing stuff.
Math is hard.
Yeah, numbers are stupid and fake.
True.
I mean, how much? Did anybody else who was taking the boats like wear any kind of raincoats or something? Kind of, I just don't want to get like a lung infection and die halfway through the adventure.
No, you notice that everybody's kind of dressed for the winter because it is winter at this point. You didn't see anybody with a raincoat.
Would it be safe to say that we're also dressed for the winter, given? Or
Yeah,
yeah.
not to go swimming in the winter, but to be
No,
out
I'm
on shore. And then the other thing, it might occur to some of you that it will be dark out when you're out there because that's when it seems like you're supposed to try to find this thing. So it might be a little bit hard to see.
I'm gonna buy a lantern too. 2 lanterns.
Actually, I'm grabbing one as well. Just all the lanterns. Like it would be more kind of like a festival boat by the time we set off with it.
We're just having a rave out on the river, guys. It's cool.
Yep.
Gandalf,
How much is the lantern? Sorry, just
I'm trying to find it. I think there's an official a canon price here.
where were you? We're all fucking raving on the boat.
Apparently, there's not.
Hugo starts hardcore dancing and knocks 2 of us off the boat. I can't swim. I can only shoot.
you can toon style shoot down and like propel yourself out the water.
Just wait until I have ghosty flamey bullets again. No, we haven't picked our pursuit this session, have we?
You're supposed to do that when the prologue ends, when you draw your cards at the beginning.
Oh yeah.
I might not have said it explicitly, but
Yeah, no, it's gonna be gunslinger.
you've only
anyway.
played this 10 times with me in the past 8 months. I thought you'd remember.
Dude, I don't remember it. I didn't even remember we were playing today, okay? You cut me some
Well, that's
slack.
because you can't read a calendar, but that's a different problem.
I didn't even know it was the 20th today.
I messaged you that. Right, so you can't read a calendar. That's what I'm saying.
I work night shift. My days blend together, man. I'm sorry.
I hear that. Let's say it'll be a script for a
Okay.
cheap lantern.
Mm-hmm. And should I also is it the lantern plus the matches which I would also need, or does it just kind of?
I've got matches.
Okay, fair enough.
It's probably like a pack of 20 or something, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I only made you pay for them because they're waterproof matches, and that's fancy. But I'll say for the lantern, there's a way to light it that you don't have to worry about that. It does take kerosene, but it comes with enough to use it for a period of time. All right, so you head out, do your shopping. Some of you threaten to demolish this man's house accidentally, but the rest.
Wait, what did I miss? What?
Well, not threaten like verbally, but Hugo leaned up
I see,
against the
okay.
building and it almost collapsed. But catastrophe was averted. In the meantime, you notice that another man somewhere, younger than the man you were just speaking to, but not a child, approaches and goes inside, and they appear to have a quick conversation. And after the 2 hours passes, you see that the man is standing outside. He's got a small bag he's kind of hefting over his shoulder, and then he turns and kind of just waits for the rest of you.
I light the lanterns, get those things ready, and I put the closed matchbox in the lunch kit. And if anyone's standing behind me, they see a stick of dynamite in that lunch kit.
Do you still is that still from the mining adventure?
I think it's like from session 1 or 2.
Oh, good
I still
lord.
have
It
it.
was 2, yeah. I think Cricket also still has a stick of dynamite from that, honestly.
Well, literally in my little fate track, I gotta open a box that should not be opened, and that is a box that I currently have.
So as you all approach, you see the man that you made the deal with earlier. He looks up at all of you. Well, boy's mom says he can't go out on the river at night, but all's well anyway. We should be just fine without him. And he gives like a little chuckle.
I
That's
actually
fine.
feel somewhat relieved about that because I would definitely go out of my way to protect that child.
I definitely did not want to
Same. Yep.
have a child's life on my gun's conscience.
Well, if you're ready to go, let's I'm ready to head out. He's gonna motion in the opposite direction of where the dock was that you were looking at before.
The opposite direction?
Interesting. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
confusing, but okay.
All right. I unlean from against his house, and you can hear it audibly creak back into place.
Oh my god.
And I go and stand next to the guy.
So he's gonna lead you down this little beach area a ways until in the distance you can see a smallish fishing vessel. It's much bigger than the rowboats. It looks like there even is space to kind of like walk around on it. And it is currently docked on this like little really rickety makeshift looking dock that's just sticking out of the shore, kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's in a bend in the river, so it's kind of hard to see from down the beach. It looks like he's got a kind of little isolated area that he operates out of here that is away from everyone else. And he's going to make a beeline right for the boat, and he's going to throw his pack up onto it, and then he's going to hop over and get on.
Same.
Watch your step.
Yep, same. I'm going to carefully get into the boat, try not to rock it.
I don't think that's possible. You're big.
Yeah, I mean, I attempt to not rock it. It's still gonna tip a whole bunch when I get in.
Don't rock the boat.
What an acrobatics check?
All right, Gunther's gonna watch his step and get on the boat.
Okay.
I guess I'll sit on the opposite side from Hugo to keep it somewhat balanced.
Good call.
That's a smart move. I think as Mason steps onto the boat, like carrying the rat, he'll just like motion at it and say, I take it this won't be a problem if I take it with me when I leave.
The man's gonna look at you with a surprised look on his face. As long as he ain't gonna give me the plague, I don't have much to say about it.
Well, that's just a mean stereotype.
That's a funny looking dog.
Did you both say that in character?
Gunther said it in character.
Yeah, same.
He's gonna kind of like put on a serious face when you say that's a mean stereotype, and like he's considering that he hadn't ever thought of that before. But then he's gonna kind of shrug it off, and he's gonna turn and
Fair enough.
he manipulates some of the controls on the boat, and you hear the engine start up. He then goes over to the side and starts untying some of the ropes that are tied to the dock, and he throws them up and over, and then heads back to the front of the boat, and he pulls away. So, as you're pulling away, you notice that not only is it getting to the point where it is almost completely dark out, and there's no moon, so it's especially dark, but you also notice that there is you're only a few feet away from the shore. You can already see that there's a pretty dense fog over most of the river. It gives you this very kind of gloomy, creepy vibe to the whole area, and it's pretty quiet. But in the distance, you can hear the sound of other boats. Some are being paddled, some have engines as well, and you can hear people talking. I'm going to drop a picture in. I'll drop it into the Defective Dreadfuls chat.
So while we're going forward on the boat, Gunther's gonna sing the bullet song and reload the 2 bullets that he shot earlier. So you can't
The
pull that out
bullet
on me
song?
later.
What?
Bullets, 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 bullets,
Okay.
bullets, 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 bullets. Oh, I love you. I bought that movie for the
Fucking
kids like a
Gunther.
couple weeks ago.
All right, so there is a map of the area that you're in. You can see the Serpent Cellar. That's where this whole thing started. You're a little bit to the east of there, but
Like in the like the guild part of them, like the red part of the map, or still in the green?
no, you're still in the green area.
Okay.
You're like, you walked, like, this is a big city. You walked
Yeah.
down the beach from there. So at this point, you're going to decide which section of the river you would like to search in for the ferryman.
So
And that includes the one we're in.
Yeah, so you're currently in the Crows area, but you can go to any of those sections. It seems like a reasonable, if you go further than that, it doesn't seem like it's usually where the incidents have been happening, but any of those areas seems like a reasonable guess as to where the ferryman might be. So you're going to pick one to sort of patrol for the night.
Which area were the last 2 attacks in? The last one was in this one, I'm assuming, but what about the one before?
Yeah, so the last one was almost certainly here. The one before, you don't know.
Oh. I say let's go to the good guys section, the Neverborn section.
Yep. Correct answer.
Yeah, I say let's go to the mask.
I heard you say the good guys, but you didn't
Yeah.
say the tome section, which is the next
Listen,
one. I don't know if you
listen. I just want you to know there's not a single
misspoke.
there is not a single terrorist in the Neverborn faction. These people just want you guys out of their fucking home.
Everyone
because
in the Neverborn is a terrorist. What are you talking about?
No, they're monsters. That's normal for them. You can't judge them on a fucking
Listen,
humans fucking right and wrong scale. They
don't
have
know
their
who-
own shit.
I don't know who told you that it was a good idea to piss off the GM before the boogeyman monster comes out for combat, but they gave you bad advice, is all I'm saying.
I'm surprised that Dog didn't say that the good guy section was the guild one.
Well, Gunther
Listen,
might
there's
say
no
that.
suit for the bayou.
That's true.
There's no suit for the bayou, so I'm not going to make a statement there.
Well, if you go a little bit further down, you can get to Gremlin's Wharf, which is an area where gremlins have been known to come hang out, but that's not in this part of the adventure. So,
Come on, let's derail the entire adventure and go look at some green people. Come on.
Please
No,
don't.
I want the 150 script so I can have a mech suit. I want to be in a Gundam in the next session. Okay,
In a
I will.
Guntham.
The Gundam. I'm gonna join the Arcanist just so I can have a Gundam. Yeah, these guys are way cooler.
so does everybody agree we're going to the masks area?
Yeah.
I mean, is the Rams area upstream or downstream? Does it flow
It's upstream.
from? I mean, yeah, we should have should have probably ask which direction the ship usually disappears off to. That was stupid. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, you had spent most of the morning asking around, and that information did not become apparent. So I'll say that it's, had you tried, you wouldn't have gotten the answer.
I mean, I assume that like any kind of like creature probably wouldn't paddle upstream to go back home. Like it just seems kind of, I don't know. Yeah,
It's not a
let's go
super
to the
fast
masses.
moving river, but
No.
All right, so you guys head downriver to patrol, and again, you can hear boats passing in the distance. There's quite a few people out here. There's a lot of activity going on because of the amount of money on the line.
Mm-hmm.
A rowboat with a lantern propped up on its bow slowly materializes out of the thick fog ahead of you. There's a man inside, and you recognize him as Eladio Ortega from earlier today.
Oh God.
he has his foot propped up on the edge of the boat and his pistol pointed in your direction. Buenas noches, he says, clicking back the hammer of his pistol. Why don't you all just turn around, head back to the shore, and leave the ferryman to the professionals, eh?
Can I just shoot him?
Please do.
Can I,
Yes. If Gunther goes for the gun, I think Mason will hit the deck because he has no ranged abilities.
Are you gonna just shoot him?
I'm asking if I can.
I'm gonna say we
You
were
have
about
a
to say
gun
the
and he's in line of sight. You can do whatever you want.
Okay,
I don't know
I'm
if
just
he's within intimidate range is the problem. How close is his boat?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
It's like 20 feet away at this point.
Not jumpable. Dang it.
No.
I was just gonna ask, did you get him to agree to the 300?
Are you asking that out like you're yelling out to him?
Yeah.
Smart.
He's gonna look down at his pistol and kind of like wiggle it back and forth. That's for me to know and you to never find out.
Hey, Ortega fella, you should introduce me to your cousin.
Oh god.
I feel like we could get along.
Hey, before he even say, as soon as he says "Ort," I'm going to immediately clap a big hand right over his mouth.
Bullets,
I think
bullets,
at this
bullets,
point Mason
bullets,
just like
bullets,
shrinking
bullets,
back like to
bullets,
hide from
I
possible
love
gunfire.
you.
Like looks up and just sort of like whispers, "There's a time and a place, and this ain't it."
Is Gunther gonna try to fight back and still ask the question, or is he gonna let them quiet him?
While I have a human meat shield present,
Oh no.
I'm going to go ahead
man.
and unload the gun on this Ortega guy because he didn't respond favorably to my
Ah,
question.
jeez.
Well, you didn't get the question out, so do you want to try to
Oh.
pull?
Yeah,
Hugo's
I put my
thing
hand
away?
over your mouth. Silencio,
Oh, yeah.
stupido.
Yeah, okay. Let's do this because it would have happened very quickly. So, why don't you guys give me an opposed athletics or acrobatics check? You can each
Okay.
choose which you would like to use to see if to see if Gunther is able to get this sentence out while Hugo's trying to cover his mouth.
Let's see what I have.
And since Hugo's the one that is sort of the offender here, let's have you flip first as the attacker, quote unquote.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and do acrobatics.
All right, here I go. That's going to be an athletics check. I have +4 on this. That's a 14. I'm getting all the good cards, man.
Flippy. That's a 10.
Can you cheat?
I am not gonna cheat.
No.
All right, so he
Yeah, I'm not when I'm not non-lethally just going to try to stop him from saying something dumb.
So he gets out, and then as Gunther tries to speak through Hugo's hand, and he tries to grab his arm and pull his hand away, but Hugo manages to muffle the sound as Adelio kind of looks over with a confused look on his face.
I love how like you had this tough guy like Ortega, like trying to hold like just to leave his just confused by this party of
Is so
chaos.
real quick. How big is Estudio's boat?
He's in a much smaller boat. It's got a little outboard motor on the back, but it's not much bigger than a rowboat.
Okay. And our boat, does it have places for us to duck down and hide?
You could duck below the edge of the boat, but it doesn't look like it's really going to give you much protection.
Okay. That's what I was worried about. The guy's got a gun pointed at us. And you know what? I'm gonna attempt
To be clear, he's not like aiming it at you like he's about to shoot. He's just got it sort of lazily pointed in your direction. He mostly looks like he's just sort of grandstanding and bragging. He's not like
Oh, fair enough.
getting ready to
Oh.
attack you.
I thought he had the gun like pointed at our heads.
No,
I was
that's
like,
all right.
"Ooh,
No.
okay."
Oh no, because like if he was pointing the gun at us 100%, he would catch the smoke. But since he's just got it out, like
Yeah, if he's just got the gun out, I think we've all got our weapons out at this point.
can I tell what type of gun he has from here?
No.
If it's a peacekeeper, he's catching the smoke.
You cannot.
I want
tell
that
he's a
gun.
peacekeeper.
Oh boy. I'm gonna I'm gonna look over and just say, how do I want to phrase this? I don't. I'm trying to think of how I want to phrase this intimidate check because I'm not able to do a more diplomatic version of this. I just got to scare this guy, and that's all I got to hope for.
I mean, you're good at that, so that's.
I sure hope so. I'm gonna go with you talk big and you got a fun little pistol, but I'd like you to think real hard about how embarrassing it would be for both you and every other Ortega involved if someone like you got swamped by the ferryman. And
That sounds like a convince, not an intimidate.
Fair enough. I'm trying to think of a better way to do it. I mean, I could just start swearing at him. I could start throwing insults in Spanish and, and get real blue.
Gunther's gonna pull his gun out and tap Hugo's wrist with it so he can please move his hand out of my face.
I there's a brief comedic beat and then I let go of his head.
Thank you. Hey, you should let me join your family.
You just asked to marry him?
No, I want to marry his cousin.
I assume he has many cousins. To be fair.
He looks from side to side as the boats get a little bit closer. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, you're an Ortega, ain't you?
He puffs out his chest a little bit. Yeah, of course.
Unless you some sort of liar, some sort of phony Ortega, some sort of fake wannabe Ortega guy.
Mason like to hurt, but like faintly kicks like Gunther's foot and like could you stop? Could you please stop?
He's gonna point the gun much more deliberately in your direction now. Again, not like aiming at you, but he's just gonna like kind of like thrust it towards you, like to make the point. Hey, little man, you better shut your mouth. How dare you question my integrity?
You better put that gun away, son.
You don't know what you're out here hunting, pal. You don't got the guts to deal with the things we're gonna deal with.
I'm still not sure if anyone's actually trying to intimidate him here.
I'm getting pretty close. I just don't know exactly how to phrase it other than.
All right, I'll tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah. We're gonna have Gunther flip the intimidate check, but you can assist him because he's the only one that really threatened in a specific way.
You know what? That's fair.
Only I could focus.
Target number 12.
Flippy.
Yeah, that's probably good.
What?
And
what is he gives me his ranks when he assists me, or
just the ranks in the skill, not the AV.
I have how many ranks in intimidate? 3.
So you have 3. So that's 2. That's a 13.
That'll do it. So you see the barrel of the gun sort of drop as his wrist kind of bends a little bit, and he relaxes it a little bit. Yeah, you guys are some pretty tough hombres, huh? All right, how about this? I'll share this part of the river with you. But hey, you better watch your guns and make sure you don't shoot me by mistake. You understand?
Speaking of guns.
Oh, God.
That's a pretty nice gun you got over there. You want to tell me about it?
Is someone else reacting to this?
I think
no.
I think at this point, Mason kind of like not like any sudden movements, but like stands up and kind of like whispers into like Gunther's ear. Can we focus on the 150 script and not this guy?
So at this point, the two boats are basically passing each other. You're a little bit closer than you were before, but they're basically parallel, and you're about to start separating again. And as Gunther asks that question, you see him sort of spin the revolver on his finger a few times back and forth, and then he holds it up in front of his face. Yeah, it's a pretty good piece. Too bad you don't have one like it, huh?
It's a peace bringer? Or peacekeeper?
He just said a piece.
Oh yeah, he getting this smoke. I'm gonna jump on his fucking boat.
It's still too far.
I want that gun. Throw me! Throw me!
Still too far for you to jump. I mean, you could try to jump, but it's gonna be real tough.
Well, then I'll just keep an eye out for his boat.
Okay.
The amount of guns you could spy with like 150 script.
You also work for the guild, so you could literally you're one of the few people who could buy a Peacebringer if you want.
Yeah.
But they don't pay me enough to actually buy one.
How much is one?
I think it's like 20 script.
It's not that
Well, once we split the 150, like if we get the 150, once we split it, you can buy one, and you don't need to have like an on-water tussle with an Ortega to do it.
Yeah. I'm going to turn to him nice and languidly and slowly. And if there were funny sound effects, you'd hear the sound of a door creaking. Let's not antagonize these people, especially after we just made a deal with them. Let's save our bullets for the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a whole box of them. Pats his pocket, and there's like you just hear the jingling of a lot of bullets.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad. How about you count them? How about you count just how many bullets you got? And get back to
33.
us in about... give us another check.
33. He just looks you dead in the eye. 33.
Oh, man.
So at this point, the light from his lantern has faded into the fog, into the mist, as the boats have continued to get further apart. And the fisherman who you have hired to drive this boat is going to kind of turn and look at all the rest of you. Wow. For a minute there, I thought this is going to be a shootout, huh? Whew. You guys are a little wild. I should have asked for more than 10 script.
Oh God.
You know this boat's not bulletproof, right? It's a fishing boat.
Few things are. Yeah.
I'm gonna give a glance in Gunther's direction and say I don't think we're particularly bulletproof neither. So let's save our aggression for things that are a little more monstrous tonight.
Looking at my 5 defense. I'm basically bulletproof.
Oh God. Mason sits back down and kind of feeds the rat some like leftover scraps food and makes it do tricks.
What kind of tricks is it now?
Probably not many. Like, I mean, it's still a feral animal. Like, it's not like a pet rat. It's a mellifluous rat.
You never been to New York City. There was a video the other day. I don't know if this is actually in New York City, but I assumed it was because lots of rats here. But
yeah,
I saw a video the other day of a homeless dude that had a bunch of trained rats, and they were doing all kinds of tricks. And that was real
that's
life.
amazing.
Well, I heard about this story in New York where this dude trained a bunch of crows to pick up change and dollar bills on the
How
ground.
you can just do with
yeah.
crows? Yeah, that's some wild stuff. They're really smart.
The downside of that is that you effectively taught them theft because they do not recognize the concept between drop change and change they can yank out of a human's hand.
How is this a downside?
I mean-
I'm confused.
Exactly. Yeah.
What are the cops gonna do? Arrest a bunch of crows?
I think maybe kind of like you. Yeah, let's go a little bit wild because for some reason, like the according to the stat block, the rat has has points in both acrobatics and martial arts. So it's gonna do little moon flips. It's gonna like little moonsaults.
Nice. All right. So after another few minutes, you seem to be in the area of the river that you planned to patrol. And why doesn't one of you flip a card off the fate deck for me? But decide amongst yourselves who's going to do it first.
Noted. Really good, sir.
Who's flipped the fewest cards so far?
I think is between Trey or Cal.
That's true. I'll do it. It's fine.
Go ahead.
What's the worst that could happen? Hey, that's not bad. So 11.
We've got all the face cards out of the deck, which is wonderful.
No.
I can't wait for that
Absolutely
black
not.
Joker.
I mean, it could still be somebody else, like I don't know, Fate Master character who flips it. Hopefully, no, they don't flip. No, they don't flip. I'm an idiot.
Hours pass without any sign of the ferrymen, but they're not very peaceful. Every new shape in the mist sends you reaching for your weapons, and sometimes things bump against the underside of the boat, raising concerns about just what else might be out on the river tonight. It's stressful and clammy, and when you hear the screams and gunfire in the distance, it's almost a relief.
Hmm.
I'm gonna try and get our pilot to go in that direction. I want to
Yeah.
go there. I want to go there. I want to go there.
I'm gonna turn to the pilot, and I'm gonna sort of give him one of those like backhanded like nudges on the chest. Can't really show you because I'm not on screen, but I'm gonna hey, take the boat in that direction.
All right. Why don't one of you give me I need a target number 8 navigation challenge. And if anyone cares to light one of their lamps at this point, you can get a positive twist on it.
Oh, hang on, I think like that's one of the few things I've got. Is it
Navigation.
track?
Was navigation one of the ones that changed from
Yeah.
1 to 2?
It's almost certainly track. Let me double check it.
It's track.
Didn't realize this one was at all.
I have
Got
3 in
4.
that. Oh, you have a 4. Okay.
Mhm.
Even my good. Fuck even my good ones.
Wilderness.
I'm just looking at that 7. That's the only one I need.
I mean, is it wilderness or is it track? What do you think?
Have the book here. It says wilderness.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Right. Oh my god, really?
With a plus.
With a plus, never mind. That's that. Oh my god, really?
God damn it.
It's a 7. No, hang on, I get the... was somebody assisting? No, was it?
Does anybody have ranks in wilderness?
I do
Nope.
believe I have it because I tracked people in
Wilderness, not track.
Yeah, I did both. I have 2 ranks in it. Oh wait, no, I don't. That's just the active value. Damn it.
Damn it. Okay, that's a 7, but yeah. I mean, I hope that the margin kind of went down a bit, but
Got a 7?
I mean, I got 4. I got 4 in track plus the 3. That's 7.
You want to cheat? You need an 8.
I've got a 3 in my hand. I'll be that up front. Like it's not gonna. I can cheat a
Well,
3
you were
3 4
clearly
3.
the wrong person to take this check.
Ah!
Gunther could have taken it. I had an 8.
I have a
Oh.
+1.
Damn it.
Well, look, he's good at
Well,
tracking
looks
people in
like it's gonna be a
sewers
fail.
not on the river. He's never been in a boat.
So are we getting? Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. You have a total of a +5 on the flip.
4.
So you have a total of he has a +4. Okay, so he has a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, darn it. Yeah, I got nothing. That looks like a failure.
Yeah.
I've got nothing with which to assist.
Sorry, y'all.
If only I could cheat for you. I would.
Yeah, I know you would.
All right, so you strike off into the darkness, trying to go after the sound of this screaming and gunfire. And unfortunately, the sounds seem to be echoing off of different things on the shore of the river, and you're not able to exactly head in the right direction. You do cross paths with a few other boats who have heard the same thing and seem to be trying to figure out what's going on. But eventually, the sounds die down. And later on, as it gets even further into the night, at one point you notice something floating in the water. And as you get a little bit closer, you see a couple of planks of wood that look like they were ripped off of a small boat. And you can see that on the top of one of the planks, there is a splatter of blood that has not quite washed off of it yet as it floats down the river.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
Oh boy, a souvenir.
Like, I mean, is there? No, there's no way of actually kind of like going upriver to see where it comes from. That's pointless.
So you spend the rest of the night trying to catch a hint as to what might have happened or see if you can come across the ferryman, but pretty soon the sun starts coming up and once again the fog begins to clear and it seems like you lost your chance for this night.
Okay.
So everybody heads out and takes a rest, and the next day you head back to the Serpent Cellar where people are busy talking about the 3 bounty hunters who turned up missing the night before, and the rumor has it that they were attacked by the ferryman and taken.
I mean, at this point, I buy it because we've seen the bloody pieces of ship.
And I'm assuming the Latigo fellow was not one of the ones that went missing, since he's important enough to have a name.
It's a safe assumption.
I mean, is he somewhere nearby? That'd be interesting to know.
You don't see him around
Mm.
here, but you hear whispers of the names of the people who are missing, and none of them were him. So
Yeah, so Gunther still has a chance of.
Yeah, Gunther's gonna ask around for the Ortega guy.
all right, so you tap a couple shoulders and just ask folks if they've seen him around, and most of them are familiar with him because he made his sort of public appearance the day before and announced himself. But they all claim that, aside from a few sightings out on the river where they had similar interactions that you did, nobody has seen him today.
Damn, could have got my peace bringer.
Well, Oh God, did we have to? I should bring this up, but did we have to pay the the boat?
Regrettably, we're gonna have to pay the friggin' boat guy again.
You did agree to it.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have brought it up.
Well, I knew it was gonna happen eventually. If you didn't bring it up, I was gonna. I'm willing to put 2 script towards this again.
And Gunther will happily throw 1 script in.
I don't have that much left, so it's 1. Sorry.
I am literally down to my last script, which I will put in if I have to. But
Risk a script, get 200, get 150 script. Seems like a good investment to me.
Yeah.
Well, at some point we're gonna risk.
But let me also point out,
Run
you
out of-
still owe him 5 script from the previous night, but now you don't have a boat for this night. So
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
So
it's out there. He said for
I
Hold
still have 2 script right now.
We agree. No, we said it was 10 script total, 5 to hire
the
him,
night.
and then 5 for the night.
Mhm.
The boat was what we said per night, not
Yeah.
the
We
driver.
said it was the
Well,
boat per night.
I guess you're gonna have to have this conversation with him.
Fuck,
Oh,
I'm gonna.
man.
All right, I have to do some sneaky shit. I'm gonna have to watch this guy pilot the boat and then do it myself.
So you head back up the beach until you find the little hut, and it's already kind of late in the afternoon at this point because you slept in most of the day after being out all night. And eventually you find the man, and he comes walking over. Well, shame we didn't find what you were looking for last night, but there is still the matter of my 5 script. So appreciate you coming back and being honest, folks.
Well,
Well,
I'm gonna give a glance to the rest of the group. We're hoping we
Yeah.
can take you out for another night. Take that boat out one more time.
Well, shucks, if this keeps up very long, I can retire from being a fisherman. And he gives a little bit of an awkward laugh when he realizes that perhaps you guys would not find that very funny. But sure, if you want to hire my services again, I'm available.
Fair's fair.
Another 5 script up front and 5 script when we get back. Sounds fair to me.
I had a new proposition for you.
Oh no.
All right.
How about a total of 5 script this time?
Well,
10 script
hold
for the
on.
10 script. Ooh.
Hold on, buddy. Let me throw my pitch out there.
Mhm.
All right. So you wanna good chunk of change, as we all do. So we'll pay you what we owe you for the night, and then when we get our bounty, we give you a cut. Instead of splitting it 4 ways, we split it 5 ways.
I got an even cut, same as everybody else.
Shit, you doing an important job for us.
Now, I am going to step in briefly and say, is this in place of the 5 script, or is this in addition to the 5 script?
In place of, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he just said we'll give you what we owe you and then cut you in. You
Yeah,
you
we
already
have
owe
to-
him 5 script, so
We have to make him at least think that we're upstanding people, and we will keep our word, which what we're doing by paying him what we owe him for the night, and
Yeah, so we
then
seem reliable. Yeah.
um hold up, fuck, we don't have a group chat. I'll just send this to Calder.
What?
Oh Lord.
Why me? Oh,
Because
God.
I trust you more than Dice.
I think Dice already knows what you're insinuating, but yeah.
I don't think we're allowed to have any under the table conversations. You're gonna have to be
You're
Yeah,
not allowed to know
share
my
with the
thoughts.
I think you
You
have to share
can't
it with
know
the
my
class.
thoughts are private.
Just know that if you kill this poor fisherman, the wrath of the entire Eclipse Consulting Agency will come down upon you.
I'm not interested in doing
That's
that
only
just yet.
that's only if there are witnesses.
Oh Lord.
So the man is going to do some quick calculations in his head, and you see a little bit of a smile kind of break out on his face. Well, shit, if you're willing to cut me in on that 150 script, then I think you got a deal. I'll lend you my services as long as it takes.
I am gonna hold up a finger and say, but this means you ain't charging us for a penny past this. Penny past this.
You just so we're clear, you already owe me the 5, so you're gonna give me the 5, and then I'll take
I
you out,
know that. I know that.
and then I'll take you out for however many nights it takes, and once you collect the bounty, I get a cut. That sounds
Mhm.
sounds fair.
Yep.
to you?
I feel like that's pretty clear. It's all cut and dry. Now, is the matter of your payment. Fellas, what are y'all chipping in?
Got one.
Cal put in 2 last time. I'm willing to maintain group parity and put in 2 this time.
All right, so Cal's putting in 1, you're putting in 2, and I can put in 2 if Trey doesn't have anything. If you've only got 1 script. Gunther is reasonable in the loosest sense. You hold on to that script. I pay 2. Hugo pays 2, and then Mason pays 1. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
All right, just give me a second here. I gotta. Gunther's pulling several wallets out of his pockets, trying to find all the script.
How many of those wallets have blood on them?
A couple of them.
Yeah.
But he eventually comes up with his 2, and then we pay the man, and I give him a free wallet.
Oh my God.
He's gonna a little confused, but not entirely unhappy. He's gonna take the wallet and put it in his pocket. All right. Well, it seems like I'm part of the team now. Let's meet back here in let's say an hour, and we'll head out and try our
I
luck
love how
again.
we don't even know his name.
I keep meaning to call him by his name, but no one's asked him, so you don't know his name.
And to clear the air, and so everybody knows each other's names because we didn't introduce ourselves either. And Gunther will put his hand out to shake the man's hand to seal the deal. He's like, Gunther Schultz, pleasure doing business with you, Mr.
Chester Matheson.
Mr. Chester Matheson.
Hugo.
Mason was just Mason Barkley. If you ever have a rat problem on your boat, which I'm not suggesting you have, but you call me.
Seems like you got yourself your own. He's gonna cut himself off when he realizes that maybe he
That's
should
fair
put
enough.
that sentence, and then
No, I think that, I mean, like Mason takes it very graciously and kind of like pets like well the rest name is Nibbles, so and like pets Nibbles and it says Nibbles is not a problem, he's a solution to problems usually.
It's a very sick looking dog.
Hmm. I think at this point Mason doesn't even argue. It's like, yeah, sure. Whatever people think.
does Chet introduce himself, or does he just stand quietly?
Oh yeah, I'll introduce myself, Chet.
Okay. All right. So you guys all hang out for a little bit, try to recover from the long day you had yesterday, and after an hour or so, you head back. And once again, you march down the shore until you find the little makeshift dock and hop into this boat. And you set out again. Today, the boat smells a little bit better than it did the day before. It had that very distinct smell of fish guts. It's a little bit less so today.
Oh, nice.
It's like he maybe didn't take it out to ply his normal trade today on account of his new income stream.
His new occupation
Yep.
as a taxi.
And you guys head out on the river. Do you want to pick another section of the river you would like to search, or would you like to go back to the mask section?
Do I vaguely remember where the screams were coming from the last time? Like, not like the exact location, but sort of the area on the map.
Yes, the
Upriver
the
then.
suit of the card you flipped determined where he popped up, and it was crows.
So should we stay in the crows because he might come back here? I don't know.
The suit of the
So-
card you flip will determine where he comes, and it won't necessarily be crows.
Oh,
but it
no.
could.
Okay. Never mind. Okay.
It's random.
Screw it. Let's do crows.
Yeah, let's do crows. Let's keep it close
I'm not
to the
flipping it.
dock.
I'm not doing this again.
I'll flip.
I wash myself.
Now
off
let's
the
have Trey
response.
flip. Let's have Trey flip. He
So
hasn't
you-
flipped
Oh,
as
yeah,
much
Trey.
as the rest
So
of
you
us.
head out this night, and it is a little bit. The weather is a little bit worse. The fog is a bit thicker, and you actually notice that the river seems to be a little bit choppier. It's kind of got the boat rocking a little bit more than it did the night before. But you head out and decide to stay relatively close to where you launched the boat from, and you start kind of setting out on a patrol, making the rounds. And Trey, why don't you do the honors, and it'll be a positive flip this time.
And
Hey,
we
look,
said we're searching crows.
crows it is.
All right, we'll choose the crow card.
Suddenly, the water behind you erupts as a tall figure bursts out from the river, showering you with cold water. Rising into the air is a grisly creature, a drowned corpse clad in filthy, pallid robes that seem attached to its body at various points. Its empty eye sockets staring out at nothing and everything, and its mouth gapes wide in a silent scream. The creature's cadaverous arms end in curved, rusted blades, almost like oversized fish hooks, and it swings them both down towards Chet.
Well, we found it. Or rather, it found us.
No, Chet, my boy.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Do I need
He's
to
a big
make like
boy.
a defense or something?
No, we'll just flip initiative.
Is it map time?
It is map time. There's no boats in the Vassal map builder, which is really a shame. There should clearly be boats. I mean, I guess I take it all back because that's clearly a boat, right? Like,
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I understand.
yeah.
That's...
If it looks like a boat, smells like a boat, and tastes like a boat, then it's a boat.
It does taste like a boat, I checked. So the art for this adventure shows a student of conflict. The art for like the
Oh,
Pokemon.
Transmortis, right? Okay.
Yeah. That's not what the ferryman's gonna look like when the model comes out. So
Fair enough.
I'm gonna show that, and I'll probably show that in the video too, because that's what it was intended at the time, and that's sort of how this creature gets described in the game. But just for the funsies, I'm gonna send a picture of what it's gonna look like when it comes out in the game.
The model?
Yeah, because it's actually gonna be a model. This is what it looks like when it comes to the game, and it's way cooler.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Oh, neat.
That's not a man.
Oops.
I mean,
I-
no,
one of those
that's
things where
true.
it's like a minion.
Yeah.
There's like a couple of them, I bet.
It's an enforcer. Let's kill the motherfucker.
I don't know. I feel like it'll have some tie-in with Carrie Zotico that it was announced with, and it won't. I bet it'll be an enforcer, and it'll have some relationship with her. But I don't know. We'll see. We can speculate more at the end of this when you get the rest of the story here.
Yeah.
Damn, it's probably gonna be incorporeal too. That sucks.
Well, I'll punch it all the same.
That's true.
Time for flaming ghost bullets.
All right. Yeah. Let's do initiative. Go ahead, Cowler.
Anyway, that's 10.
Let me see what my initiative score is. Oh boy. Okay. Flippy. That's a 10.
Gary.
Wait. Fastest gun in the
are you
West.
-1 for initiative?
No?
Sorry, did you
F?
say me next?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, I'm at -1 because I'm a huge hulking gorilla man.
Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, that makes sense.
Here we go. 4.
Nice. And Trey.
5.
All right. All right, everybody has the. Yeah, you have to have the map up because you put your things out. So, creature jumps out of the water, tries to stab Chet, and we will start with target number 12, defense tool for Chet.
Oh, jeez. 12 exactly.
All right, would you like to cheat?
Not at this point.
All right, so that'll be a double negative. That's gonna be 2 damage.
All right. Is that also -1 because of armor?
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Nice.
Okay, let's do another target number 12.
Oh, another one. Oh boy. Oof. Oh god. That's 6.
Cheating?
No, I will cheat that. That is more than enough.
Okay. So he slashes at you with one of these hooks. It gives you a nice little scrape along your thigh, and then he tries to. You notice that he kind of looks around, and it seems like he almost considers attacking somebody else, but they're all a little bit too far away. So he then follows up, attacks you again, but misses. Oh, actually, he could have, but oh well. Scale's hard. Okay, so Mason and Gunther got the same initiative, so why don't you guys choose who's gonna go first, and then we're gonna keep it consistent for the rest of the encounter.
You go first. That's fine.
Yeah, the ferryman's just gonna take 2 bullets.
Are we doing more
Yeah.
randomizations?
Hold on.
He's also engaging you, so.
I have melee range. I have gunfighter.
Oh, sweet. Okay. That
So,
will answer both of those questions.
and a quick draw. Pow pow. Alright, so first flippy.
First, you're gonna take a target number 11 terrifying check.
That goes off of centering, right?
Willpower.
Willpower. I thought that was what centering was for.
Nope.
Damn. Stupid
It
skills.
helps willpower, but
That is a
There you go.
13.
Sweet. The way that terrifying checks work in this game is you take them, and whenever you pass it, you're now immune to it forever. It's not even just for the rest of this
Ooh.
turn. It's just you're immune to it now. So
Cool. First bullet.
keep track of that for me.
What's the target number?
11.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's only a 10.
That is less than 11, according to my calculations.
I'll let that one fail so I could draw a card.
Sweet.
And then the second bullet.
hey,
That's a 20.
That's pretty good.
So that is a positive twist.
That would be a straight.
Or
but it
neutral, or straight.
goes
sorry.
down to a negative because reasons.
Let me just double check my triggers. All right, so negative.
Yep.
Flippy. That is gonna be I believe it's 2. I have a lot of scrolling up and down. Yep, that is 2 damage.
All right, so you let off a second shot, and you hear a little plink as it sounds like the bullet might have hit something hard, and the ferryman recoils a little bit, but then continues its thrashing. Got anything else?
wait, no.
That's it for me.
All right, then up to Mason.
So we'll probably just draw his. No, hang on. If I try to shoot at it, I've got people in front of me, haven't I? So that's not a good idea.
I mean, you can see it. It's just you'd have to randomize because it's engaging 3 other people. So
Yeah, I don't want to. Basically, I will do the potentially foolish thing of. Hang on, I've got the move. I've got walk 5. I mean, I think it's fair to say I can.
can't walk
Move
through other
there.
models.
What? Sorry.
You can't walk through other models.
I mean, I was going to kind of go like this and like through a space. That makes sense.
It doesn't look like it, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you deployed the rat a little further away.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to try to punch it because melee is like my best stat.
Terrifying 11.
So it's AB5. That's 13.
Okay, pass the terrifying. And
Oh, sorry. No, yeah, that's also 13. Never mind. Yeah. Do I need to pass like that first and then attack? Like,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's the terrifying check. What's your willpower? 3 or better?
5, so it's
Cool.
yeah.
Okay, so the attack will be target number 11.
Mm-hmm. It's 11.
Okay, that
Roll
will
the
be
nose.
a triple negative.
Yeah.
One more.
Oh God. No. What the?
Still weak.
I'm just gonna punch metal, aren't I? It's just gonna be
What's
breaking my hand.
what's your weak damage?
2. So yeah, no.
All right, so when you punch it, you feel like it feels like you're hitting meat, but then there's something very solid underneath it, and you hear like a clunk, and it hurts
No.
your fingers a little bit.
Why didn't I put my freaking knuckle duster soda? I'm a fool. Anyway, it wouldn't have helped, but it would probably have protected my fingers.
Yeah, like not enough that it would that like your fingers
No, fair enough.
break,
Yeah.
but you can feel that like you're hitting something solid. It's not pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
All right, up to chat.
All right.
Oh,
Moving
oh, you
on
guys
back.
are in melee.
I have a 0 action here from taking Harrowed Reassurance. Until the beginning of this character's next turn, all friendly characters within 3 yards receive +1 to the result of any duel they take.
That's pretty good.
Okay, nice.
Which
really
let
cool.
me see if that's all of us minus Nibbles.
Oh,
Or
well,
nibble.
Nibbles is gonna be safe in the corner somewhere. I'm looking at him.
And so otherwise, heavy melee is total of 4. So
Terrifying 11.
all right. So willpower is also 4.
Okay.
So I cannot even. Is the penalty for failing a terrifying worse with a margin of failure or
No.
the same regard?
Either way, you just
Okay.
get paralyzed, which is the worst thing that they ever put in this game. So you just lose your turn, basically.
Well,
Oh,
so
Ooh-wee.
I guess that ends my turn.
I don't know how many of you guys played Malifaux during second edition, but you could give out paralyzed and models just lost turns, and it was miserable. It was terrible.
It was so
It's
frustrating.
amazing that they got rid of it. Yeah, because like if you got it when it wasn't your activation, you would just activate and then immediately your activation would end. At least you got to do your 0. So,
yeah.
all right, up to Hugo.
So I have a 2-inch melee range,
Mhm.
so I can just reach over and clobber him.
Yep.
So, I guess the question is, do I try to intimidate him, or do I try to? Because I have a thing for intimidate. I've got terrorize. I really wish I had my book right now, but let's see.
What do you need to look at?
The bully. So I'm gonna try a terrorize action against
Gonna
his
terrorize him right
willpower.
back.
Yeah.
Nice.
He has 5 minutes in narrative time or until the start of my next activation in dramatic time. He has negative flips on all attacks it makes against me specifically.
What did you need to check out of the book?
I needed to figure out because I have the Frozen in Terror thing because I'm level 1, but I don't know what that does because my book is at my
While
another
engaged
house.
with this character, enemy characters with the terrified condition may not take actions that would leave this character's engagement range.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine then. If that's the case, yeah, I'm actually just gonna try to punch him, I think. Because I get a free intimidate check if I or a free terrorize action if I flip the right trigger.
Sweet. Terrifying 11.
All right, here we go. And I've got a 5 for my willpower. Black Joker.
Okay.
All right.
Terrifying
Who's up
OP.
Well, maybe next turn.
next? Yeah, maybe next turn I'll get to do something.
Remember what I said about paralyzed being terrible?
Yeah, it's rough.
All right, back to the ferryman. The ferryman is going to take a swipe at Mason.
There.
Let's do target number 12.
Nope. Can't even shoot in. I got 10. I mean, with a defense, right?
Yeah.
Then it's 10.
Okay, and you're getting +1 because of Shet's thing, right?
Okay, then 11, but still not enough.
All right.
It's 12, right?
Yeah, target number 12. So with a negative, that's going to be moderate for 3. And then he's going to take a poke at Hugo. Target number
All right.
12.
Target number 12 against my defense. Let me take a look real quick. Pretty sure my defense is Garbo. My defense is 1. So that is a 2.
It's a 3 because of Chet's thing.
A 3 because of Chet's
Yay.
thing.
That is still a straight flip.
Go ahead.
Oh, I should get a reflip on that. That's bullshit. 2 damage.
All right. So I have armor, so I take 1.
All right.
All right.
Ferryman's done. Back to Gunther.
All right. I think it's time to start casting spells.
Do the magics.
You can cast spells?
He can
Yep.
magics.
We are going to let me double check what this thing does. I have the thing that gives me focus. I have it written here. Adds +1 to the value of any focus. Okay. So we are going to focus, and then it gives me focus 2, and then we're going to cast my spell. I am going for a spirit bullets, and that adds 3 to the target number. Let me see what the total will be. Spell requires an 8 of rams plus 3. So I need an 11 of rams or higher. So flippy flippy. I did not get. Oh, the deck shuffled.
Yeah, everybody can draw a card.
All right.
I did not get an 11 of rams. Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I can add to that 4. I have a 13.
What pursuit are you on right now?
I am currently doing gunslinger.
So you wouldn't get a card draw out of it then?
But I passed it. I got a 9 of rams, add 4 to it. That's a 13. I needed an 11 for spirit bullets.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant you need to flip an 11.
Yeah, no, I forgot that I add 4 to it. It's been a very long time since I played Gunther.
It's so much easier to just swing a giant OP sword, right?
Yeah, I know. It's so fun to not think and just hit stuff.
Unga bunga. That's the only thing you
Hell
gotta
yeah,
do.
brother.
And then I'm just gonna check my range real quick for my melee to make sure I can still draw a line of sight without hitting Mason.
Yep.
But yeah, for the next 2 turns, my shit ignores armor and heart of wound.
That's pretty good against this specific enemy. That's all the things, except terrifying, which you already passed.
If I had a high ram in my hand, I would have added a lot more to it.
Yeah, like what, burning 7 or some bullshit?
Well, it maxes out at 3.
Yeah.
But still, man, like there's a lot.
Pretty good. All right, back to Mason.
I'm gonna use one action to put the knuckle duster on because I'm a fool. I'm a fool, and it's on me. And then the second action to punch again.
All right, target number 11.
Was it? Oh, I've passed over power. Never mind. So
Yep. You are not terrified.
do I still get the +1 from Chet for the attack, or is it?
Is that till your next activation, Trey, or how does that go?
Let me look at the
I think that's what.
until the beginning of this character's next turn.
Yep. So +1.
Okay, then I'm gonna cheat in.
It's a really good ability.
I'm gonna cheat in a 5. That's 10 plus the 1 from him. That's 11, and barely hits, but it does hit.
Okay. With a double neg, triple neg rather.
Oh boy. Well,
Ooh. Just barely low.
Mm.
oh, and I get, and it hits for it's +1 from the primal pursuit and +1 from the I mean, I'll know for next time, but the I get like it ignores one minus on the negative flip. It would have got the 5 anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we already flipped it or whatever.
Hang on. So it is technically 1, but then it gets +1 from the knuckle duster and +1 from the primal. So I'm not sure if that tells anything.
+1 damage?
No, it's +1 from primal. Sorry, just the 1. So it's 2.
Okay.
More metal.
All right, so this time it doesn't hurt your fingers quite as bad because they're covered, but you hear that kind of thud as you punch him. Anything else for you?
Nope.
Back to Chet.
All right, I'll start with reassurance again since it's my only 0 action, so no reason not to. And
And there's no flip for that or anything. That's such a good ability.
I love
Man.
it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing about discarding a card or anything. It's just 0.
Do it, yeah. And it's a 2-inch range. That's not crazy, but it's still pretty good.
Hmm.
So I guess I'll try to hit him with my hammer. I got to flip terrorize or the frightening again.
Yep, terrifying 11. Black Joker's back in play.
Oh my god.
Aye.
I want to at least miss with my hammer so I can draw a card.
Oh man.
Can you cheat it? No.
No, that would be 1 short.
Damn. All right. I mean, for future reference, you can, if I remember correctly from second edition, you can focus and then spend your focus on the terrifying check. So if like you're top decking these, then you might want to do that just to get around the
Yeah.
terrifying for the turn, even though it'll cost you an attack.
Okay, let me see.
Just for future reference, you already know the result now, so I'm not going to let you rewind it, but just so that you know for next time. Back to Hugo then.
I am going to focus and do that because you just reminded me that I had a 0 action, which is terrorize. So I'm going to focus, and then I will take the terror check.
Okay, spending the focus on the check. Okay.
Yep, and that is a success because that's a 15.
All right.
And then I'm going to terrorize him, which is my tenacity plus intimidate. Which let me double check that. My tenacity is 3. So that's a total of a 6.
Was it target him?
And it's his targeting his willpower.
All right. Willpower 12.
There we go. And that's a success.
Hey.
He has been terrorized. So he has negative flips to hit me specifically.
Great.
And because I have the frozen in terror, he cannot under any circumstances leave my my melee range.
All right.
Well, he's terrified.
Pretty good.
And how long does it last till your next activation?
Till my next activation.
Okay.
And then I also am going to take a single punch, which is stat 6 against his defense, which is, I believe, a 12.
Defense 11.
Defense 11. Okay. Black Joker again. Wonderful.
Wow.
Oh
What?
no! Oh come on!
You know
God
what?
damn.
I'm still okay with that because I failed a melee action, so on the pursuit means I draw a card.
Sweet.
Nice.
Taking the jokers for the team, man.
Yep.
All right, back to the Ferryman. He's going to take a swipe at Gunther. Target number 12.
And I am adding, I think, 5? Let me see. All right. Adding 5. Flippy.
Ooh.
That's a 17. Try again, bitch.
All right, he's going to go for Chet this time.
All right. A total of 15.
Wow. Why won't you guys let me play with my toys?
You guys are
already
taking all the
are.
good cards.
Right.
Come on. Leave some face cards for me, guys. Come on.
Leave
All
some face
right.
cards for my bullets.
The Ferryman continues to lash out at everyone in sight. You get the feeling that he's trying to pull you guys into the water as he's like trying to hook you with these hooks on his hands. But luckily, you guys are on a particularly sturdy boat compared to a lot of the ones that you've seen, so you're able to keep your footing and kind of duck and weave away from him.
All right.
And
Chester might not be aware of what's happening. He's just driving the boat.
he's cowering in the corner. He's terrified. If you look in his direction, he is shaking. It looks like he might have shit himself. It's a bad time for him. But
I mean, it'd be funnier if he hadn't noticed, if his hearing was bad.
Now, when are we going to run into this ferryman, chat?
all right, back to Gunther.
Gunther will proceed to start singing the bullet song and letting them fly.
Can I get another rendition of the bullet song real quick?
Bullets. Oh, I love you. Oh, that is a
Nice.
18. Let me check my triggers again. I got a lot of triggers. No tome triggers, unfortunately.
With a negative.
And nope, I ignore heart of wound
Uh,
and armor.
uh,
Straight flip.
uh.
So he is taking 3, I think. He takes 3. And then we're gonna flippy again, plus 7. That is a 14 with a critical strike trigger. That's a negative this time around.
Okay.
Right. And that is 4 damage.
Wow, rude.
Eat shit, ghosty.
All right, so you take your magic gun and you pop 2 shots at this thing as it's clawing at everyone, and you see it recoil twice as the shots hit, and suddenly it kind of pulls back both of the blade-like things that it's been swiping at everybody with, and you see its body. It doesn't appear to go limp, but you see its body sort of straighten out, and then it falls down into the water.
Quick, grab it.
Yeah, can I attempt a grapple check?
If you'd like to jump in the water, absolutely.
Ooh.
In the winter.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Don't be a baby. We need proof.
Man.
We need proof.
All right, let me
It's
take a look
gonna
at my
bob
grapple
back up to the
checks.
surface if it's dead, right?
Not if it's got a boat attached to its back.
All right,
If okay, like I have an okay, like I can assist with grappling. So if
My
you're
grapple is
jumping, I'm
terrible.
jumping.
I have -1 on grapples.
Oh, then don't, please don't.
Yeah,
For the love of God, don't.
yeah, I'm not good enough at grappling to do that.
What is the swim skill? What do we use to swim?
It is 2 AP, and I'm sorry, it's 1 AP, and you go half of your walk. If you want, you can do 2 AP, and you go half of your walk plus your ranks in athletics in inches, which seems weird to me, but that's how it works.
Is there a way to throw one of our lanterns into the water to see where it's going?
The
That would
lantern's
not
got
work.
fire inside of it.
No, but I mean, like, I thought it was like an enclosed or like waterproof where you can at least kind of like see a little bit until
It's enclosed,
no.
but it's certainly not waterproof. It was cheap.
Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, it was. That's true.
This is a very terrible idea, but Gunther's gonna go jump in the fucking water.
Jumping in the water, eh?
But
I'm
quick
excited.
draw, it's a free action to quick draw. I'm pulling the bayonet out of my gun, and then I'm jumping in the water. I'm cutting this thing's head off. We
Okay.
need proof, damn it.
Are you out of? I probably shouldn't ask, but like, are you gonna attempt to grapple or like? I mean, I want to know whether I can assist because I might.
I'm going. It's sinking. I'm going in the water. My intent is to grab it by the hair and just saw away at its neck until its head
Is
comes
that
off.
melee? I'm not even sure what that would be.
Oh man.
We need proof. The guy said that he wanted its head.
All right, so one more time. You're going to dive in the water and try to grab it by the head. Is that right?
Let me add to the absurdity of this.
Okay. That always goes great.
My acting value in athletics is 0.
Oh God.
So we're adding to it.
Okay, give me a target number 11 grappling check and take a negative twist.
Oh, with my -1. Okay.
Red Joker will get it for
Wait,
you.
I'm not trying to catch it.
What are you trying to do then? You said you wanted to grab by its head, right?
Yeah, no. What I'm doing is I'm jumping in the water. It's sinking, right?
It disappeared.
It's already
over
in the
yeah.
water. What I'm
It's
doing
been
is
in the
I'm
water this whole
following it,
time, to be clear. Like, it never
but
got on the boat.
but it's falling in the water, and so before it sinks too low, I'm diving in. I'm gonna grab it by the head and saw its head off. It's dead, right?
I guess you'll find out when you try to grab it by the head and saw its head.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out. I'm
Target
gonna
number
find
11 with a negative.
out. Damn,
Hey,
that's a 6.
that's not bad.
That's a
It was
6.
a good attempt.
Oh.
All right, so you jump in the water and you immediately feel this rush of just ice cold. It's like hitting a wall. And at first, it looked like you were right on target to like grab this thing. You could see its shadow sort of descending a little bit in the water. But as soon as you feel that the cold water hit you, it disorients you immediately, and you kind of thrash around a little bit to try to see if you can grab onto something. But you aren't even really able to get your eyes open to see underwater, and before you realize what's going on, it's too far away.
I was just gonna say, can I reach over and just yank him back in onto the boat by the scruff of his neck
Sure.
with my huge gorilla arms?
Yeah. Well, first let's end the combat encounter so we can close the map out. Everybody can discard as many cards as they'd like, and then draw until they have 3.
Okay.
Then I need Dog to give me a target number 9 toughness check.
I'm good at these with my AV1.
Can I assist?
No.
It's for the cold. You said it's 9?
Yeah.
Cheat
Nice.
an 8.
All right. So luckily you managed to steel yourself, kind of anticipating that this was going to be a bit of a shock, and you don't have any particularly negative effect from it, but you will gain the condition Frostbite 1, which might sound familiar from another game that we're playing simultaneous to this.
Mhm.
Whenever this character
Oh, boy.
suffers damage from the cold, such as from hypothermia or an ice spell, she suffers +1 damage. And you can reduce the condition by 1 for every hour that you spend in the warmth, which does require you to have dry clothes on. And then Hugo, if you would like to try to yank him out, let's do a... he's smaller than you. Let's make it a target number 10 athletics check to pull him back up.
All right. Let's see. I have a 4 on this, so I need at least a 6. I don't succeed. I don't manage to grab him.
All right, so you reach over and kind of dip your hand in the water, but it's much colder than you expected, and he's thrashing around a bit, so you aren't able to get a hold of him.
I focus and dive deeper.
We're not in dramatic time anymore, so focus isn't a thing, but do you want to dive deeper into the water?
Oh, we need the head. That's what the guy said. We have to bring him its head. And, if one of the other athletic people don't want to do it, Gunther's going to do
If
it.
you ever want to motivate a Gunther, just put some $signs out there and he'll do wild shit. All right, so give me an acrobatics check.
I mean, both of my acrobatics and athletics are -2, so I'm not gonna be able to help you there.
Acrobatics, target number 9.
+3. Boom.
All right.
That is a 13.
So after you kind of flounder for a minute or two, you kind of regain your composure. You shrug off the large hand that reaches over from the edge of the boat to try to pull you back in, and you swim down. You can see very faintly in the distance, you see the sort of dark shadow of this figure. It's pretty far away from you at this point, but you're just barely able to track it as it appears to be swimming roughly in the same direction that the boat was traveling in. Everybody on the boat actually notices in the distance the sound of just a faint splash. And if you look up towards the front of the boat, you can actually see a little ways out, a little bit of a wake, as something appears to be swimming away from the boat.
I'm gonna simultaneously roar to what was his name? Chester?
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell at Chester, follow that critter, and I'm gonna point with the hand that isn't actively trying to grab the madman in the water to towards the shape. And then I'm gonna try to grab Gunther one last time, if he's even within range.
I'll say that he's more than like a hand's length into the water. You might be able to jump over and like hold the edge of the boat and reach down and grab him. It would be a little tricky, and you'd certainly get wet. But
I'm not hopping in the water when this is happening. If that's the case, I'm gonna try to shake.
well, again,
Chester
you wouldn't
out
be
of the
throwing
boat.
yourself in the water. What I'm saying is like you'd have to hold the side of the boat and reach down, so you'd be like half in the water. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Not when it's this cold. I just felt it being that cold.
Yeah.
And especially for a guy who threatened to out me to a probably actual Ortega.
What?
Yeah,
I don't know your character's last name.
that's also
It's not
true.
Ortega, I'll tell you that much.
I don't even know you're pretending to be an Ortega.
But I am going to attempt an intimidate check just to try to kick Chester in the hey, get back to your senses. We got to follow that splash.
Are you gonna threaten him to do that?
I'm gonna roar at him. I don't know what kind of thing that would be. If it's an intimidate, all the better. But if we got something else that's a little more,
I think if you're just gonna tell him, "Hey, come to your senses and follow this thing," I'd say a convince check would be the way.
a convince or a
I was
leadership
thinking
check.
leadership.
Leadership will work if you want to do that. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, let me see.
Make it
It's a
a
negative.
target number
It's a
7.
-3 for me. Target 7. I'd have to flip a 10. But you know what? It's worth a try. I'll give it a shot.
Anybody want to help? You guys are all just standing around.
I'm not sure if I've got leadership. I don't have ranks in leadership, so never mind. Cannot do it.
Anyone got anything?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Hang on, I've got.
The silence has it.
Yeah, no, this is like I have 2 social characters. This is not one of them.
Fair enough. I need a 10 for this to go off. Not quite.
Aw.
That's a 6. Just shy. Oh well.
So, as you yell this at him, he's sort of like looking around frantically. He just saw this monster attacking you all, and there's blood, and then one of you goes overboard, and he's super confused. And as you're talking to him, he's just staring into the distance, and he doesn't seem to really recognize that you're talking directly to him. But after you sort of repeat yourself, he sort of shakes his head and snaps out of it and looks up at you. Chase it, yeah. Okay. Where
As soon
where
as
is
we
it?
get that mad gunslinger back on the boat, and do I know which direction, or do I just hear the vague area?
You can basically get the sense of where it is. It's in the direction
Okay.
that the boat is currently pointing. So
All right. I'm gonna point in that direction, and then we're gonna. What do you do, Gunter?
Oh, I'm swimming back. Once
Okay.
I realize it's moving faster than me, I'm swimming back.
All right.
okay, give me target number 7 athletics check to get back on the boat. Hilarious! I'm so glad I did that. Does anybody
Wanna
want to
do this
help?
by offering a hand?
Yeah,
My hand's already in the water.
I'd grab his hand if I can reach it.
That would be
You guys
my
must have
athletics roll to
athletics. We're
add.
playing to your strengths here. Come on, who's got athletics?
I've got athletics.
I got 1 point in athletics.
What did you say, Trey? I missed it.
I said I've got 2 athletics to assist
Yeah.
with.
Okay, so that's +3. What do you have by default, Gunther?
0.
Okay, that still fails somehow.
Oh my god.
Gunther, what?
If it was acrobatics, however, that's what we used last time.
Well, now it's athletics to fight the moving river.
Well, it's athletics to hoist yourself onto the boat. You're at the edge of the
Oh.
boat. You're not out like floating around.
Oh, shouldn't one of them just grapple me?
Yeah, can't I just athletics check him back onto the boat?
Well, yeah. So I'll say that he manages to grab the side of the boat, but he doesn't have the strength at this point to pull himself up over it.
Do you want to suplex him onto the boat? Just like
I am very close to suplexing him into the boat at this point.
All
So
right.
I'm gonna
Go ahead.
grab this mad pendejo.
Between Chet and Hugo, if this is not doable, then we all just quit and retire.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. You pull him so hard that you almost
Can I throw him fastball special
you
style?
almost throw him off the other side of the boat because you pull him out of the water so hard, and you just barely manage to keep him on there. But Gunther, give me another target number 9 toughness check.
Yep.
You were in the water for a while.
12 seconds.
It's more than that.
Well, it's
You swam around looking for this thing, and the boat started moving.
6.
On sheet
What's the target number?
9.
Nope.
Okay.
Aye, aye.
You're gonna take 2 damage and another point of hypothermia. Is that the condition? I'm sorry.
Frostbite.
Frostbite. That's the
Frostbite.
yep.
Let me see. What are my wounds?
And just so you know, the 2 includes the +1 from the hypothermia. It's 1 damage +1,
Okay.
or from the frostbite.
well, it'll be +2 next time. Unfortunately.
Correct.
So, Gunther gets on the boat. Woo! God damn. Then he's gonna get undressed. This shit's cold.
It's probably. I mean, do you have a change of clothes? I don't know. I'm not sure what's
I don't
gonna
have an
work.
extra change of clothes for this guy.
Whatever it is, it's better. It's better than wet clothes. Open air is better than wet clothes.
That's not
All
incorrect.
right.
That's true.
So, do I understand this correctly? That Gunther is now naked.
He's still wearing his boxers
Damn. I was so
and his
excited.
boots.
Icy cold
Oh.
monsters.
Boxers, boots, and hat. That shit never comes off.
He's been in this position before. He's used to this.
Definitely.
Oh boy.
What's your
Hey,
favorite foot?
Now that I got this goofball back in the boat, I'm gonna whip my big head around and look at Chester again and say, "Did I stutter? Get moving!"
Yeah. So once he was out of the water, Chester did accelerate the boat. You can see off in the distance that there is still a little bit of a turbulence in the water.
Mhm.
But at this point, at this distance, you're not actually even able to hear the splashing anymore. It lost you guys by a little bit, and in spite of the fact that you have a motor on this boat, all of the weight and everything, it's not really designed to be a speedboat. You don't seem to be able to catch up with the creature, but you are able to sort of stay on its tail as it heads up the river.
All right, that's fine.
I'm gonna reload my gun.
Your gun is soaked. Your gun is soggy.
It's a magic gun though, isn't it? So hopefully.
That's okay. As soon as I get a turn, I'm just gonna cast fire on it.
Oh,
I'm not sure
oh
if
yeah,
that's
right.
how
You
it
cast
works.
spells.
Right now, I'm just googling whether or not dynamite is waterproof.
It isn't.
Oh God.
Yeah,
It's
it
not.
definitely is not. But was my lunchbox watertight? That is the other question.
For the sake of continuing the meme where every session you claim you're going to use the dynamite and then you never use the dynamite, yes, the lunchbox is waterproof, 100%.
Perfect. So I still have a weapon.
So I actually don't know if period appropriate guns would work if they got wet, but there is actually special weapons in this game that don't work if they get wet. So I'm going to say that by default they do work if they get wet.
Okay.
It wouldn't work underwater, but there's not going to be a penalty because it got wet before. All right. So eventually, after chasing this thing for 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more, you sense that the wake in front of you is no longer there. And as the boat continues sort of drifting in the same direction, and Chester's sort of like looking around trying to figure out what happened and or where it went, you can see a little bit off in the distance through the fog as you get a little bit closer that there is a much larger steamboat. It's got two like water wheels on either side of the ship, one on either side of the ship, that appear to be like steam powered paddles that it would use to navigate the river. And it's got a 2-story structure on the front. It's in kind of rough shape. It looks a little bit on the shabby side. There's kind of pieces where the hull have holes in it and look like they've been kind of worn through, and places where they were like patch jobs that look like they were half done and not finished. It's got like barnacles and seaweed on it, but aside from that, it looks, it's floating. So there's at least that can be said for it.
Well, whoever's on there is kind of screwed.
Are there any lights on?
Now that you can see.
Okay. I'm gonna motion over to Chester. Draw us around the side so we can get up on that thing.
He's gonna just kind of nod enthusiastically, more out of like fear and shock at this point than out of bravery, but he'll continue, probably also motivated by the large sum of money you've promised him.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll pull his boat up around the side of this much larger ship, to a point where it looks like if you were to try hard enough, you'd be able to climb up onto the other boat.
Okay. Can I give people like a hand up because I'm huge?
Sure.
Nice.
All right. I'm going to position myself at the edge of the boat and, lace my fingers together in the footstool position and sort of jerk my head up and say, "All right, quick, hop on."
Gonna take it.
No checks for this. I think it's not so difficult that with your help it would you'll be able to all easily clamber up. It's only a few feet up, so you're fine.
Okay.
Before Gunther jumps up there, he's gonna grab his lunchbox and a small handful of bullets
All right. He's
and
going
jump
to
up
store
there.
him in his prison wallet.
He's gonna put him in his hat and then put the hat on his head.
All right.
I think they should go in his prison wallet, but hey, here we are.
That's where the lunchbox is.
So as you all sort of trundle up onto the deck of this ship, you notice that there are 3 men standing there looking at you, and one of them kind of quickly looks over the group of you. What are you doing here?
We're looking for the ferryman.
Yeah, you guys might be in trouble because he's headed this way.
Who was headed this way.
Don't you know that the ferryman's just a myth? You've been talking to too many of the locals, haven't you? And he gives you kind of like a cruel smile.
Then you better tell us what attacked us on our boat.
Wasn't Chet like beaten the hell out of by this ferryman?
I mean, I got hit too, so but that could look like any cut. Like it's not really like.
Tell that to this guy's injuries. And I jerk my thumb at Chet.
Listen, I don't know what you guys got yourselves into tonight, but I'm going to need you to get off my ship before I have to go and get the captain. Now, you have a nice night, and I hope that things work out a little better for you.
Anyone got what's the term?
I have to see. Oh, hang on, I've got.
Not deceit, but what's the one where you're trying to
see
figure
if
out
it's all I have. Sorry, what?
What's the one where you're trying to figure out if anyone's trying to lie to you? I can't think of the word right now. My brain's not
scrutiny.
good.
I will attempt
Anyone got scrutiny?
I do. I've got AV4, so I will try.
I will assist him with one
Assist
rank.
you? Or can only one person assist at a time?
Multiple people can assist, but I didn't even give you a check. I don't know what you guys are doing, so.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, I guess target number 9 scrutiny. So
So it's 4. Hang on, I've got 4, 7.
I'm giving 1.
You give me 1.
that's a 9.
Yeah, barely.
What are you trying to determine from this person?
Whether they actually believe that the ferryman is a myth and are just trying to. Whether they're kind of like being like acting in good faith, like, oh, you poor drunk bastards, just go home, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you get the feeling that they know something that they're not telling you, and that they really just are eager to get you off of the ship. It's hard to say whether they believe exactly what they're saying or not, but there's definitely something up with them, and they seem eager to get rid of you.
Well, I'm in a fighting mood. I'm going to look at everyone else and see if they give me even the slightest twitch.
I think Mason does that like noise, like the clicky, like well, I don't know, kind of noise from the corner of his mouth, like that suggests that they're not being completely truthful. He's not gonna actually turn around and kind of yell at people. Oh, they're like,
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to look at everyone else. What do they look like?
You talking about your companions or the 3?
I'm talking about my companions. I'm
Oh,
going to look and see what they got in terms of their mind on this. We're talking like a split-second decision, but I'm whipping my big head around before I start doing anything too crazy.
I mean, Mason's face is definitely somebody who realizes that these people aren't being, they're a bit sus. Like, not that he suspects them to, but just kind of like, yeah, there's something off.
Well, kind of in my mind, like Gunther was walking behind, like you in the middle of the party, or the 2 big guys, or whatever.
Almost
And he was
naked.
walking.
Yep.
Well, he was basically almost naked, and he was holding both of his guns, and they were like aimed straight up. Like, and he's just sitting there, like
On
he doesn't
fire.
understand. He doesn't. Well, no, it's not on fire anymore. But he didn't understand the cue that you gave. Like, do I shoot him? Like, that's what he's thinking. He doesn't understand like what we want to do. He knows what he wants to do.
Yeah.
He wants some pants and a shirt.
they do have
And
pants and shirts.
They
There's
probably have
them,
wallets.
yeah.
They
Well,
probably have wallets, so they have everything I want.
I think I'm going to turn around and I'm going to be a bad person again, and I'm going to be like, I think we made our point clear. We're going to search. All right, let me rephrase. We're going to search this boat. So how about you guys have a seat? And I'm going to attempt an intimidate check.
The guy that's closest to you is gonna punch you in the face.
Do I even get my attempt check? My intimidate first?
Nope, he's just gonna punch you in the face as soon as you threaten him.
All right. You know what? Fair enough. I'm ready to draw some blood.
Give me a target number 9 defense check.
All right. I got an 11.
All right. And everybody flip for initiative
God.
and pull up the map again.
God damn it. They don't want to do this the easy way. Just give me your pants.
You can't just always default to threatening everyone and assume that it's gonna work every time.
Oh
Really?
no, of course not.
I don't think we were being unreasonable here, okay?
I'm not saying you were being unreasonable. I'm just saying that this is the consequences sometimes of threatening people. They will punch you in the face. Well, they'll try.
That is a 9.
They're clearly not very reasonable people, it seems.
See, here's the thing. He does hit me in the face, but I simply do not care.
Right, yeah, that's fair.
I do one of those like
Just
in
like,
the scene,
okay.
like the Hulk movies where someone punches the Hulk and the Hulk just glares at him.
Yep.
Oh, so you're in my melee range is what you're telling me.
You've chosen death.
You're no selling, basically, is what you're doing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, fun. Violence happening. Who flipped?
Oh, that was me.
Cal.
So that's 9.
All right.
All right. My turn to flip, and I flipped a 12.
Sweet.
Holy smokes.
That's better than the last ones.
Very much
by
so.
many. Trey?
5 again.
5
Not
again. And Dog?
Flippy. That's an 11.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. Let the shooting begin.
Alrighty. So how many guys are currently in my melee range?
You know, all of them.
Oh, okay.
Give me my script.
Oh, did I mention to you that actually the guy's not going to pay you anything for the bounty? It was all a lie, even though you passed that scrutiny check.
Oh, son of a.
Well, that's okay. He can catch a bullet. He can catch a bunch of bullets.
It's true, he can. All right, so you climbed up on the side of the ship where you guys are all standing, and these guys were all there ready to confront you. The staircase that looks like a staircase in the back, that's just a barrier to show that there's an edge of the boat. Rather, that's like the superstructure of the boat so that you can walk in there, but I'm using that as a boundary for the purposes of this. The rest of it is more or less what the boat looks like.
Okay.
All right, cue battle music again, and let's do this. So he goes up.
Alrighty. So we're going to start off with a 0. Oh, can I ping the map? Oh, I can. Wonderful. I'm going
Yeah,
to
do that.
attempt Alt and then left click.
That's useful.
Yeah. So I'm going to attempt an intimidate check on Sailor 3 there.
All right.
Now, all 3 of them should be in my melee range, although it looks like only 2 and 1 are. Was that your intention?
Yeah, I'll say one of them was a little bit further back when you
Sure,
jumped.
okay.
So
If that's the case, then I'm going to intimidate Sailor 2.
Okay.
And that's a 0 action. That's Styx versus his willpower.
target number 10.
Alrighty. That is a success because that is a 10.
Sweet.
Nice.
So he is terrorized.
Rude.
So he he has the terrified condition, so he has minuses to all attacks made against me.
Okay.
And then that was a match. Does that do anything? I don't think it does. All right, let me check real quick. No, it's only on Rams. So here we go. I'm going to attempt a melee attack against the sailor in front of me, Sailor 1.
All right, target number 10.
All right, I have a 6 on this. So that is a 12.
With a negative.
All right, so that's going to be low for 1 damage. And then I'm going to try to punch him again.
Target number 10.
Yep, here we go. That's going to be a 12, and that's also going to be a ram. Does that give me? No, it's only on crows. It gives me triggers. but that gives me 18.
That's pretty good. Straight flip.
Straight flip. Here we go. That's a low.
You can't cheat it.
Let me check real quick. No, I'm gonna let it happen. That's another one.
Okay.
And that's the end of my activation.
Are you just punching him?
Yeah. I have knuckle dusters.
Gotcha. Don't the knuckle dusters give you extra damage or no?
Well, my damage track is 1, 3, 4. So double lows is 1 each time.
The knuckle dusters do things like I think it ignores the first
I'm
negative twist.
attuned.
They do, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then my first flip was a 4 damage.
Well, we're not going
Oh,
to
fair
redo it
enough.
because all the cards got flipped already. But
All right.
I think it ignores the first negative twist on damage, and then it's got something else too.
I've got.
So finely tuned, fistful, and concealable.
Okay, that's what it is. It's
So you can't change it anymore, but yeah.
yeah.
It does
Fistful means you can have them on and still use that hand, and concealable is positive twist to try to hide them. Okay, so I'll say that anybody who has the knuckle dusters is able to have them equipped when we start this, but anybody who has a weapon does not have it equipped because you just jumped over the edge of the boat and didn't have time to pull it. So, all right, you're done, right?
Yep, I'm done.
Gunther o'clock.
Do these guys have weapons on them, or are they just like punchy?
So far, the one guy I've only seen him try to take a swing. They don't appear to have any particular weapons on them. You did notice that they have what looks like a fishing net. They're each of them has one like slung over their shoulders. They look like they were working on something before you jumped over the side of the boat. Surprise them. But it's unclear if they have any other weapons.
The fishing net is close enough to a weapon. They're armed, so I'm morally righteous in this next action.
Whatever you got to tell yourself. Sleep at night.
I'm gonna aim my guns at them.
Okay, you're gonna can you draw for a 0?
I have quick draw, and the way I described it, I was holding them straight up in the air earlier.
Did yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I got nowhere to put them. I'm in boxers.
That's true. They were either in your butt or in your hands. So
yeah, my prison pocket ain't big enough for that and the fucking lunchbox.
Oh god.
But yeah, I'm gonna aim at it. Aim at them to kind of de-escalate it. I mean, if they want to keep fighting, I mean that's fine. Next turn, I'll start shooting. But
okay, do you want to hold an action so that if something happens, you can react, or
wouldn't that reset it initiative 0?
No, you can. So you can spend 1 AP to then, in addition to the AP of whatever the action is, and basically hold the action for when something happens. So, like for example, you could say, "I want to hold a shot for if one of them draws a weapon or tries to use the fishing net in some nefarious way," and then you'll shoot immediately when they try to do that.
Oh, I'm gonna aim at them, and I'm gonna do that, and let's just say settle down.
You can hold the action, but it only works till your next turn. So if they never do whatever the thing is you're waiting for, then you'll just basically have passed.
Yeah. If they take an aggressive action like swing at somebody,
okay,
they'll get a bullet.
Sounds good. Which one in particular, just so we know? Just whoever swings, or
I'm sure that Sailor 2 is their favorite friend.
That's clearly.
So and he's already scared, so we'll just let him know, hey, you're the first of many, basically.
All right, back to up to Mason.
One question: the order command to tell the rat to do something, is it a 0 or is it a 1?
It's a 1 unless you have a skill that makes it 0.
Yeah, no, I haven't. No, As one action, gonna move towards him, and as the bonus action, order Nibbles to run up and attack the
Okay, so just so that you know, the way that it works is you give him the order action, then when your activation ends, Nibbles will activate and get a full activation. So
yeah. So I mean that's my two actions, which is the walk and the order. So
okay, so then you can just activate Nibbles like normal.
and yep, he's gonna hang on. Just want to make sure that He's gonna walk 5. I'm pretty sure he's fine.
I think it's pretty cool how now I'm aiming at the back of Mason's head
Okay,
instead of at the dude I was pointing at.
Table's charging him, or
Nope, just walking.
Okay.
And it's going to. It is his attack, which is 1 AP, which is yellow. It's yellow teeth, which is a martial arts attack with
Alright.
an AV of 5.
target number 10.
Hang on. That's plus. So 11, and it's got an inbound, like an inbuilt crow trigger, which I think should apply poison.
Yeah,
I'll
poison
check.
one. Okay,
Yeah,
with
poison
a
one.
negative twist.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense for a rat to just get the, like the null nick. I don't know if it even hits.
So 1 damage.
Yep. I think. Hang on, pretty sure it's 1.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it is
1,
1.
2,
Yeah. What else would it be? I mean, it's. But it has +1 poison, so yeah.
All right. And next up will be them. All right, so I guess we'll start with Sailor 2 because then Gunther gets to interrupt.
Yep, that makes sense.
So Sailor 2 winds up to punch Mason and suddenly click clack.
So you want me to shoot Mason in the back of the head because he's
Please
blocking
don't.
line of sight?
I would probably recommend against it, but
I mean, nah, these guys got it.
I didn't realize. I'm gonna assume that Mason wasn't even realizing that was a possibility.
I mean, you were in front of him, so you didn't necessarily see what he
Yeah.
was doing, but do you want to take the shot with a randomization? I'm just going to house rule this right in the middle of it and say that you don't randomize with the rat because it's a rat, but you
Thank
would
you.
randomize with Mason, so.
But can I even see through Mason to
Yeah.
the sailor?
Yeah.
And it's lowest. Lowest gets shot.
Yep.
All right. So we will flip for the sailor first,
Good start.
and then we'll flip for Mason.
You got it.
Thank God.
That's perfect because I had a 1 in my hand just in case.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So sailor gets blasted. Flippy. It's a target number 10. You said.
Yep.
This is a 13 with critical strike.
Pretty good.
Negative twist. And that is a 3 damage, I believe. Yeah, 3 damage. And I'm shooting with my left pistol.
Okay.
I just love the series of events that the guy just gets like bitten in the foot by like the tiniest rodent and then just gets shot in the face.
I mean, to be fair, it's not the tiniest rodent because it's a Malifaux rat, so it's a
It is no, but kind of it's like what the fuck was that? And all of it just blam.
The guy's like, this dog is biting me. Get him off me. It's not a dog, bro.
All right, but with that, he's going to try to punch Mason. So target
That is
number 9.
I'm gonna cheat in an 8, which is plus. Hang on. I'm pretty sure.
That'll miss. You don't have a 1 in
Yeah,
defense.
no.
Let's
No.
do it again. Target number 9.
Oh my God! Really? Like,
You got to discard the old cards, or we can't see what's happening.
yeah, sorry, no. But... Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'll just take the punch. It's fine. Oh, so it's 6.
Okay, so negative twist. Another moderate on negative. This is how I got a total party kill by accident last game. That's 3 damage.
Okay.
And I will reshuffle so everybody can draw a card. All right, the one in the middle is going to try to punch Hugo again. Target number 9.
So I need a 9, huh? Well, I flipped a total of a 3.
That's less than 9.
It is less than 9, unfortunately.
That is also 6 less than 9, which means it's a straight flip.
Ay. All right. I don't want to have to do this, but yeah, I'll take a punch. I can take a punch. I got armor. Go ahead.
3 damage.
So 2 damage. Alrighty.
And repeat.
Alrighty.
Target number 9.
For me?
Yep.
Okay.
You're the only one you reach.
All right. I'm fine.
Sweet. All right, so that one will miss. Sailor number 3. Chet, what is your engagement range?
I believe it's 2. Is that just? Yeah, that's just barely touching
Yeah.
him.
How rude.
They're the one positioning the tokens, not us.
You guys are the ones that have stupid 2-inch engagement range. Although in this game you could get 3
I
and
don't.
potentially 4, which is ridiculous.
Are you really complaining about melee ranges in this game?
You know what? You're banned. Shut up. All right. Let's see. He is going to try to get a thing in with the best ability he has. So he's gonna try to disengage. So Chet, why don't you take a pretend melee attack against him, target number 10.
Yeah, it's just basically the straight melee attack, but it. Oh, you said I need to spend an action to pull out my weapon, didn't you?
Oh, you don't have your weapon out.
That's right.
Then
Yeah.
you have an engagement range of 1.
I had almost forgotten.
I like that.
Damn it.
I'm engaging nobody.
Sweet. So he is going to attempt to throw his fishing net at you because it's a fun thing he can do. Target number 9, defense.
Right. Boom. 9 exactly.
You ruin all my fun. Oh, 9 exactly? Your defense 2?
Let me double check. I believe so. Yes.
Amazing. You want to cheat?
I can't cheat better.
Okay. You're going to gain a condition called a tiny net is a death sentence. You have -2 walk, -2 charge, and you generate 1 less AP until the start of your next turn. Anyone within a yard of you, including yourself, can spend 2 AP to end this condition. And then he's just going to walk up to you because there's nothing else he can do. Actually, no. I take that back. No, he's going to walk up to you because if he does the other thing, it'll be dumb. And the sailors are done. Back to Chet.
Alright, I guess I'll do my reassurance for 0, which hits everyone.
Nice.
I'm sorry. I think I read this thing wrong. Let me just make sure this is clear. So you're getting 1 less AP, -2 walk, -2 charge. I thought I read it that it ends at the end of your turn, but it does not end at the end of your turn. You have to actually spend the actions to basically cut the net.
Right, and it requires 2 of my 1 AP.
You can do it all across multiple turns though, so you can spend 1 now and then 1 later, or somebody else can help you.
Alright. I'm trying to think. If I want to draw my weapon or impose. Because I think imposing would be really funny right now.
Agreed.
Let me pull it up to make sure I'm doing it right.
Oh no, I'm under a net, but I'm still very scary.
Yep, it is. Yeah, intimidate. And because of Behemoth, he is just size 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so my impose has a positive twist against him. So that is still 10 against his willpower.
Willpower, target number 10.
So yeah, so it succeeds.
I'm sorry, you hit a 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He is in.
So he suffers a negative twist to any attack that doesn't include me. And because of my new guard ability, that does not go away at the end of the turn. That is until end of dramatic time.
Who is it against? I missed that part.
Oh, Sailor 3.
Okay. And then that's you, right?
That's it.
All right, back to Hugo.
Alrighty. I'm gonna take another punch at the guy in front of me. How wobbly does he look?
He's a little bloodied, but he looks like he's still determined to kick you off his boat.
All right. Well, he's gonna get a fist to the face for that.
Target number 10.
So that's gonna be 1 punch, and that's an
Punch.
18.
That's a straight flip.
Alrighty. That's going to be 4 damage flat.
Pretty good.
Is he down?
Nope.
Oof. Okay. I'm gonna swing one more time at him then.
Target number 10.
That is a success.
He looks pretty roughed up at this point. You clocked him good.
Yeah, all right. I'll take a double negative.
All right.
All right, and that is low for 1 damage.
All right. He will collapse to the floor.
All right, and then I'm going to take my 0 action to intimidate Sailor 3. And that's a 6 against his willpower. So I think that's a 12.
Willpower 10.
Willpower 10. All right. So that is. Oh, that's a success, but not success I wanted. I'm going to cheat in an 8 of rams. So it's still a success. So he is intimidated, but I also get the soften you up trigger. So I get to take a free pugilism attack against him.
Okay.
So that's going to be 12. And yeah, so that's going to be another 18. So a straight flip.
Okay.
And that's going to be low for 1 damage. You know what? All right, I'm going to cheat in a 7 of tomes, so it's a moderate for 3.
Pretty good.
And that'll end my turn.
Just a flurry of fists
Of hideous punches, and he is also intimidated by
and
me.
growling.
Wow, Sailor 1 is not intimidated by me.
No, because he's unconscious.
Sorry, not Sailor 1, Sailor 2. Sailor 3 is intimidated, Sailor 2 is not.
Gotcha.
Did you just beat that poor sailor to death?
I mean, he's not technically
Okay.
dead, but he is not
Yeah.
awake. So
He's gonna die when I take all of his clothes off and throw him in the river.
that would probably kill him. Yeah, that'd be one way to do that. Speaking of horrible criminals, Gunther, you're up.
An action other than shooting.
What? No, surely not.
How un-Gunther like of you.
I'm shocked and appalled that would even cross Gunther's mind.
I told this motherfucker if he fights, he dies.
What, me?
No, Sailor 2.
Charge the rat.
Sorry. Dude, leave my rat alone, you.
Actually, if you see my model, it's slightly over his base. I accidentally step on your dog's tail when I walk over there, and I blast.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Are you
With a,
charging Sailor 2? Is that what happened?
I did a walk action
Okay, why'd you flip a red joker then?
because I shot him.
Shot who?
Sailor 2.
Okay, well you have to randomize. Oh, you're doing it in melee, right?
Gunfighter. Yeah, I have gunfighter.
Okay, but were you charging him? Because you can charge and do 2.
I charge.
Okay, that's what I thought. Target number 10. What does that put you at? A lot?
That puts me at 21.
That's a lot.
That's a positive
That
twist,
is in
right?
fact a positive twist.
And with the ram trigger, it's a critical strike. So it will be. Oh, yeah. So it's going to be moderate damage. It's 4 damage.
Is that with critical strike?
Yeah, with critical strike added on it.
Yeah, well, he had 1 health, so.
Oh, he would have died to the poison. That's such a shame. Anyway.
No, he took the poison damage.
Oh, never
That's what
mind.
put him down to 1.
Yep, just fixing to do some clothes shopping.
It's gonna have a few extra holes in it, but hey, it is.
And then the second ranged attack, it just goes to waste, or can I make an actual like ranged attack?
No, it has to be on the same target. Charging.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
shoot it.
again if you feel like better about
You
it.
can shoot his corpse. That's a thing.
I'm gonna shoot at Nibbles.
Okay, good
Do you-
plan.
Bastard. Aw,
I cheat a 1.
thank you. Thank
He
you
has
so much.
he has a defense greater than 8. I'm assuming, right?
Oh yeah. No,
Okay,
hang on,
there you
please.
go.
Are you sure? I know we made his
No, he-
defense okay, but he hit the button. He wasted that 12. And if this hits, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off too. I was just assuming it was at least a 9.
Hang on, it is.
You better spend that bullet because that counts.
I just want to draw a card, man.
So, okay, so the red has defense 5. Do I flip for that?
Wait, but also hold on. You still can't target anyone except for the target that you targeted. You don't have another AP, so you actually can't flip that card.
God damn it! I'm just
Oh.
trying to draw, bro.
Stop cheating.
I don't know how second edition played. I didn't play that edition.
Mason's up.
Yes. Honestly, is going to pull out his own gun. As 1 action. It's just like the basic action and company model. And try to aim at the remaining sailor, which is not going to do great because he's got a -1. It's not. It's just a 7 that misses. I'm assuming.
What are you doing?
So it was one action to draw my gun and one to shoot at Sailor 3, but it's 7, which I'm assuming doesn't hit.
You also have to randomize.
Oh, but I mean, if I like between him and Chet or what?
Yeah.
In that case, I don't do either of those things, and I'll just not do anything. I don't know. They seem to have it under control. I might move back a bit and tell Nibbles to also move back a bit, which Nibbles will do on the.
Okay.
Yep. That's my turn, which is very unimpressive, but I don't accidentally shoot someone in the back of the head.
All right, we will go back to the sailor who's gonna punch Chet. Target number 9. One more time.
You. Yeah, let's shoot that. There we go. 9 even.
Okay, so double neg. Black Joker, no damage.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Mr. Chet.
Oh, guess I will continue to do my aura for 0, so it looks like it's just Hugo. And I am so confident in the others handling this that I'm going to start spending AP on untangling myself.
Okay.
It's fair.
All right, so that's 1 AP towards it. You need 1 more, and then we're back to Hugo.
Alrighty. I'm going to attempt another intimidate against the sailor.
Target number 10.
And yep, here we go. That is success, and that's also a ram. So
Punchy punch.
yep, that's a free punch. So that's going to be a failure of a punch. But you know what? That's a free attack, so I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go, punchy punch.
Did you are
and
failing that or no?
I do, yes.
Forget that.
Alrighty. So I take my first actual AP punch. That is a success with a 13.
Okay, with a negative.
So negative flip. All right. So that is low for 1 damage. And then I'm going to punch one more time.
All right, target number 10.
All right. That is a 19.
Straight flip.
Here we go. Oops, sorry. I apologize.
Hold
How
on,
do I
okay.
undo?
Don't do anything.
That is low for. Come on. There we go. I flipped a 3.
So 1.
So that is low for 1.
You want to cheat that?
Sure. Yeah, I'll cheat in an 11 of tomes for high for 4 damage.
All right, he crumbles to the ground.
Alrighty.
All right, you can close out the map, and everybody can discard as many cards they want, and then draw until they have 3.
Okay.
I guess looting time.
Yeah, Gunther's gonna immediately steal a belt and pants from these guys
That's fair.
and a shirt.
Is there now real quick, are any of them dying, can I tell?
One of them's got a mild bullet wound, and it's bleeding, but he doesn't look like he would be dead anytime super
Okay.
soon. The other
I'm
2
not
are
looking-
probably fine.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm gonna go see. I don't really have. I'm gonna ask out loud. Anyone got any bone saw skills?
I would love. I mean, if anybody has any, healing would be nice, but.
Doctor, tell me the news. There's no one in this party that's a doctor.
Yep.
Actually,
What? Really?
Stitching maybe.
It's a
I
low
have a rank.
TN, but so everybody could theoretically heal themselves, but obviously if somebody's better at it, you want to use them.
I have a target.
What's the
I have a
skill?
1.
The skill is doctor. It's target number 5
Okay.
for 1 point, and every 5 you beat it by, you get another point.
Minus
Gotcha.
2. So if somebody can help, please help. The love of God.
I'll help
yeah,
you, citizen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll help as well because I have a single point in doctor.
Fantastic.
I'm in the same boat. So I'm
I'm
adding
pretty
2 to
good.
this.
No, I think
I-
what Cal is trying to say is do the doctor check on him because
I've got a minus 2. on
minus
doctor,
2, yeah,
so-
you're not going to make up for a lot of that.
No, that's what I was saying. I'm getting a +2. It's because I got a 1, and then I think it was Gary had a +1. right? So,
Okay,
I'm
so
adding
it's
2 to
plus
this.
1 then. If unless Trey, are you helping as well?
Hmm?
Are you
Uh,
adding? Do you have doctor?
None.
Okay, so you're just getting a +1 from my help then,
All right,
because I
so
only
I
have
need
1
a
point.
3 plus, and I got way more than that. That's a 13 for that doctor check.
All right, so Cal heals 2.
Nice.
Are you
I
doctoring anyone else?
I need to doctor myself.
All right, go for it.
All right, I'm assuming you're helping again.
Sure.
All right, +2. How much is it for 2 hit points?
You need a
You
10.
said it was 10.
Yeah, so 3, 8, 13.
Nah, screw it.
Yeah.
I'm crazy. Another 13.
All
Okay,
right.
so that heals 2.
Yep, that puts me
Uh,
back to full.
Can I assist in my own doctoring?
Sure.
All right. And you already had a +2, right?
Do you have?
It's plus
I
2
mean,
when
let
you
me.
assist.
Yeah, when you assist. Let me double check my
Okay.
doctor ranks. Make sure it's actual ranks in doctor.
Well, no,
Yeah,
this is you're
yep.
taking a doctor check. So what's your AV on doctor?
Well,
Yeah.
no, I can assist him in doctor check so he can cheat his own card to heal himself.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So I'll assist you this time.
Okay.
Give you a +1.
Alrighty. And I have a +1 inherently, so it's total of +2. That is a 6 for an 8. Eesh. I want some hit points back. I'm cheating in a 9 of crows for a total of an 11, so I heal 2.
Okay.
And then one last thing, I'm going to try to, the guy who's got the bullet wound, I'm going to try to give him a doctor check.
Okay.
I'm just hoping to get at least a 5 and give this guy at least a little something here.
Yeah.
Before you do that, okay.
What were you going to say?
So that heals
Before you
1.
did that, I did warn him I would shoot him.
Yep,
Yeah.
you did.
You
Uh,
did in fact shoot him. That I
and-
can't unshoot him.
So
But
if
I
you
can
really
also-
think about it, he wanted to get shot, so we shouldn't take that away from him.
Listen, we're already fighting some sort of undead, and the torment and anguish inflicted on the living creates the undead. And quite frankly, I'm not aiming to create more ghosts tonight.
You can't prove that.
I can't, but I'm
Fake-
not. I'm going to hedge
Fake
my
news.
bet. So I'm going to give that guy 1 health back. So hopefully that's enough to at least staunch the bleeding.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, I'll say that you're able to like mostly get the bleeding under control. It looks like he'll still need somebody to take the bullet out, but he'll at least survive for a while. Is Trey? I'm sorry, Chet has damage on him, right?
Like just 1.
Anybody want
You
to
want me to
do a
give it a
doctor?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
work on
I'll
it.
give it
I'll
a
flip a
shot.
card.
Yeah.
I'll flip
you
a
want to
card.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
I'll
have a 4 I can drop into this if I have to.
Okay,
That's a 5 exactly. He heals 1.
Perfect.
cool.
All right.
That is
Can I,
efficient
I
cardio.
also assume that I've finished untying myself.
Yeah, I'll say while they were doing their doctor checks, you were cutting the last bits of the net off.
And I'm going to look around and see. Actually, you know what? We've got a perfectly good net right here. Can we use that net to tie these goons up?
Sure.
Alrighty. Do
They're
you
all
need a foot for that,
unconscious.
or
So,
is it
yeah, no,
fine?
I'll say you're able to do it. They're all unconscious. So
All right. Let's just tie them up in the classic goon pile.
Yeah.
And well, first we'll strip them of weapons and see if they got anything.
Wallets.
Yeah, wallets. Let's make sure they don't got any
Wallets and
wallets. Though.
clothes.
Their wallets fell overboard. What can I say?
each of them has in their back pocket a 40 cal flintlock pistol with,
Ooh.
I'll say, a total of 12 rounds.
Between them?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 40 flintlock pistol is a single shot, but fairly powerful gun. So they didn't have a ton of ammo.
These don't use casings, do they? Like black powder.
Ammo is universal in this game, so
Okay, so I got 12 bullets back. Cool.
unless somebody else wanted them, but yeah.
I'd like some bullets because that just gave me a pistol I actually want to use.
I got 6 bullets. Cool.
I'll take 6 bullets and I'll take one of the pistols.
Okay, so it's 346 damage, capacity 1, reload 3.
Okay, let me write that down real quick.
And it gives you positive to intimidate checks while you're wielding it.
Okay.
That's actually incredibly badass.
checks? Hoo-wee.
Just what you needed.
So what's the name of the weapon again?
40 flintlock pistol. Or just 40 flintlock, not pistol. Pistol is the type of ability it uses.
Is there still one left, or did they just have the two?
There's 3 total.
Can I have one?
Sure.
Thank you.
And so it's 3, 4, 6 was the damage.
I mean, you shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking them because they're, you guys
I
all found all this shit.
I just, yeah. I was just posing, I was posing the question to the entire room. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I'm just gonna send you guys pictures of the stat line, so you don't have to. Write it all
Thank
down.
you. Sorry, I don't have the book in front of me.
No, it's not in the book. It's in the adventure. It's a special thing.
Oh. Ooh.
You said it's 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, are you keeping one of them?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep one. What's the range? Oh, you sent in a picture. I'm sorry, you sent in a picture.
6 inches.
That's pretty average.
It's like a one shot. This is like a pirate pistol. You'd want to have a bunch of them and just like unload them all and throw them on the ground.
That's reload 3.
Close range. Yeah, it's one shot, reload 3. So it's one really powerful attack and then get rid of it.
Well, I have a trigger that automatically reloads my gun,
That's pretty good.
so I could always use that.
That is pretty good. But they don't have any other money or possessions. One of them had a very small hip flask, but it is empty.
Did it say while they were looting them, I do arm myself with a hammer and stand guard because I vaguely remember one of them saying something about a captain.
Okay.
All right.
So looking around, it's right in the area that you guys are at, like to your right when you first jumped up on it. Like I said, there's like a superstructure that you can go inside. It looks like it's about half the size of the deck that you're standing on. And there's 2 stories. There is a staircase that is semi-exposed on this side that allows you to go up to the 2nd floor. At the front of the ship, there are a series of very large, basically like shipping containers, but a little bit old-fashioned. They are taller than a person, fairly wide, maybe like 10 feet deep. Aside from that, you just see some like random equipment, and like I said, everything is kind of in rough shape. It all looks like it's not very well maintained, but that's pretty much all you see.
Is the doctor check kind of like only a one-off for after healing, or can I like try to heal myself as well?
You have
think
to
it's
wait
once
an
per
hour.
month.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
yeah,
it's
never mind.
only one attempt per hour.
Just checking.
All right, I'm gonna actually do something I've never thought I'd do in this game. I'm gonna try to stealth around a little bit because I actually have 1 point in this.
You're gonna
and see
try
if
to
I
what?
can. I'm gonna try to snoop around and sneak around a little bit.
We should. I mean, that's not a bad idea for. I mean, for some of us, it's like probably easier than the 2 hulking behemoths.
I mean, I actually have a +1 in this.
Do you mean that you're looking
Yeah.
around, or do you mean that you're trying to be sneaky and sneak up on?
I'm trying to be sneaky as I scout around a little bit.
Okay. Where in particular are you going to try to scout around?
I'm gonna try to open the door as quietly as possible and look into the cabin.
Okay.
In fairness, there have been gunshots in the like. I'm pretty sure people will know what's up.
Well, I'm gonna see if anyone's mustering at the door then.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide how much a stealth check would matter if you're going to open a metal door
Oh, fair
into
enough.
a fairly small area. I don't think it's going to matter. So,
Okay, if that's the case, then I am metaphorically going in guns blazing,
okay.
flintlock pistol in one hand and fist in the other.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna yank the door open as loudly and angrily as possible and run in there with my most intimidating glower.
Okay. What is everybody else doing?
I'm searching the containers. More loot.
Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah,
What about
I'll help.
I guess I'll back up. You go with the cabin.
Bullets cost money. I've spent enough money today.
Okay, so Hugo opens the door and sees a fairly cramped like hallway, and you can just barely make out to the side. There is a cracked open door with what looks like a bathroom inside. You can see like a toilet that looks kind of filthy and gross. And then a little bit further in, you see what looks like a kitchen. And on the very far end, there's a door that leads to what looks like it would be the all the way in the back of the ship. There's another area back there. Gunther walks to the front of the ship and does the bad thing and opens the door to the crate.
That's where the ghost is. That's where our loot is.
You pull open the door, and inside you see dozens of figures are shuffling forward in a large group.
Ooh.
Close the door. Close the door.
You can make out sunken, clouded eyes, rotten flesh, and lips that have been sewn shut with thick black thread. Many of the undead are dressed in the garb of sailors. Could this be where the victims of the ferrymen have been taken to? You barely have time to ponder the question before the mob of undead are upon you. There's no end to them. Dozens of the rotting creatures are pushing forward towards you like a tidal wave of decay and death. So I will say that everybody at the back of the ship that is looking in the door hears the exclamations and the crashing as this door is pushed open and a horde of zombies comes pouring out. And rather than a combat encounter, this is actually going to be handled with an ongoing challenge because there are many, many of them.
At least we don't have to. I
Easy.
think the combat economy would have been the same.
So it's going to be any close combat or any range combat skill or any offensive magic can be used for the ongoing challenge. So it's basically just your fighting skill. Target number of 10. Duration is 1 minute. Success requirement 12. Failure requirement 5.
12 each or 12 like as a.
12 total.
12 total, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Oh.
I was going to say, excuse me. But
Said the targets were 10?
Yep.
All right, I guess I'll go first with my gun pistol shooting.
All right. Target number 10.
All right, flippy. That is 17.
2. Love it. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
And I'll do close combat because I got a +6 on this.
Great.
That is a total of a 14, which is not a margin of success, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll just take a success. Sure.
Oh, wait. I forgot there's another aspect of this.
oh no.
In order to use a range combat skill as part of the ongoing challenge, you have to spend 5 ammo.
Oh boy.
You bitch.
Because it represents a minute of your fighting. So
But I have a skill that says I can use it as a melee action.
okay, but even when you use it as melee action, you are still shooting the gun. So
You
I feel this
bitch.
is unfair because it didn't have like the sign from Walking Dead over it, like do not open dead.
Okay.
I almost
5 ammo.
gave you external information to try to get us to the end of this scenario, this encounter.
no.
But I
What are
was
we gonna
like,
do?
I'll see what they do. And Dog was like, going after the money. No, it's just zombies. It's just zombies in a crate.
That's they're wearing clothes, right? That's a lot of wallets that could be in a lot of pockets.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll go next. I'll do +5 for martial arts and oh my God. Okay, I'll cheat in a 10
Okay.
for 15.
That's pretty good.
That's a margin of success, yeah?
Yep. Up to 5.
Cool.
We're making good time here. Trey.
All right. Total of 13.
All right. So a minute goes by and you guys all get in position, kind of form a 2 ranks, and just start unleashing on this horde of zombies as they try to push you towards the back of the ship. You are cutting them down pretty efficiently, and we'll do it again.
Alrighty.
Same order, I guess. So, Dog, you gonna shoot again? Spend 5 more ammo.
Flippy. I'll take the one success at 11.
All right.
Alright, I'll go again. That is a 15. So that's 2 successes.
Nice. Elder.
Yep. That's nope. Cheating in an 11. For a 16.
Nice. And what skill are you using that it's at an 85?
Oh, so it's martial arts.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Got 5 in it. Yeah.
All right. And Trey.
I'm going to cheat in for a total of 16.
You're only 1 shy of succeeding, so if you got a more moderate card, that might be better.
Even if you fail, I think it's okay if we just go one more time.
I only failed on a 2, so
I fail on a 4, so
Do you want to save that 11 and cheat like a 6 or 7, or you got? Just leave it.
Let's see. Next one will give me a total of 12 instead, so can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably better. Okay. All right. So you continue as another sort of little pocket of zombies surges forward. You keep hacking at them, and Gunther keeps firing at him, and eventually you cut down the last one. The entire, or the vast majority of the deck is covered in blood and body parts from these zombies, but not one of you even has a scratch from
Not bad.
this anyway.
Yeah.
We are badasses.
It's pretty good. That was extremely efficient.
I'm the
All right.
greatest. Look at what I did.
Hey,
By
hey,
myself.
Doug. Do you think Gunther wants to go open the other 2 crates, or what do you think?
Yeah.
Leave the crates. Please, no.
One of them is the treasure crate. It's like the other crates, but it's got treasure in it.
Is
They're
the
like
treasure
loot boxes.
zombies?
The treasure is in fact zombies. Yes.
Oh.
I know what I want to do. I get my lunchbox.
Well, while he's doing that, I'm going to say out loud. Seems like we found these zombies are connected to this ferryman critter, but I'm curious about where the captain is.
Good point.
This aforementioned captain. Let's
Y'all
take
didn't
care
see
of
it
that
over there?
before we. What's that?
Y'all didn't see him up there?
What?
No. What?
No. Huh?
Nope.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm afraid.
Didn't y'all go up to the bridge?
No, they just looked at
No.
the door on the second floor, on the main floor.
We got distracted by the sound
Yeah.
of screaming about zombies.
The murder. Yeah.
Yeah, Gunther walked away and they went up. Y'all want to exterminate or no?
Well, let's come back to this after we've taken care of this captain feller.
All right, let's go.
All right.
All right, where you
So
headed?
I'm going to lead the way.
Let's do a card cycle, even though that was technically not a dramatic time. It's basically a combat encounter. So let's
Yeah.
take a chance to
Does the
cycle
card
card.
drop to 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, what do you guys think? Should I discard a 5 of crows and then? No, that's not worth it. I'm gonna keep the 5 of crows. In hushed tones, I'm gonna motion to the rest of the group to sort of form a little huddle, and we're gonna look around and see if we can see. And well, let's form a plan. Gunther, you said you saw the captain. Is that true?
No, I said, did y'all didn't see him?
Oh no, I
thought
no,
that's where y'all
saw the captain. No, okay. So I misunderstood. I was just thinking we should go find this captain feller, and so I'll lead the way. I got and we're gonna bust down the door, and we're gonna try to take this fellow alive because he can tell a lot better of a story than a severed head.
But the severed head says we did the job.
Mm-hmm.
But a
With
live
teeth.
head does the exact same thing. If we
But
beat
what
the
if-
crap out of this fella and then drag him down.
So out of character, a little bit of metagaming. Kind of, if the thing went back here, wouldn't it be smarter to try and like catch it first and kill it, and go through to the captain next? So there's no team up going on.
Fair enough. You want to draw straws and see who's gonna
I'm not sure about
which
that
plan
one.
we go for first, the captain or the critter?
The cap makes more sense, I guess.
Hugo slips in the gore and falls comically on his butt.
No,
While you guys are
Oh.
discussing this.
my image of intimidation.
My new clothes remain clean.
There's a few extra holes in them, but
Hold on.
otherwise you're fine.
Mm.
All right, so what are we doing?
I think we're gonna go after the captain, unless I'm hearing too much dissension in the other direction.
Yep.
All right, let's go look for the captain. So we're probably making our way to the second story.
Can I just say that I'm gonna keep the new gun ready, so like I don't have to draw it in case the combat kicks off?
I'll assume
Which
at
it may
this
not,
point,
but
being that you just fought off a horde of like dozens of zombies and a bunch of
we're still, yeah. No, I'm just
everybody's
putting it.
probably
No point in stuff.
head on a swivel, guns at the ready type situation. I'll give you all the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yep.
I'm not going to make Chet spend an entire combat encounter just trying to ready his weapon again.
And then getting caught in a net.
So Gunther's gonna walk around with a stick of dynamite in his hand and his matches in the other.
All right, hey.
Let this motherfucker act funny.
Interestingly enough, in the ongoing challenge with the zombies that we just did, if you had done any attack that does a blast damage, it would have given you an extra margin of success.
Oh, neat.
So,
Yeah, but it's only AV3.
I mean, you got to use it to level it up. If you throw this dynamite, I'll give you thrown weapons as a level up option.
This is a one-off thing. I don't intend to throw another thing in my life.
All right. So we make our way to the. I think you said there was a second floor. I
Yeah.
apologize if I missed that.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's like a semi-exposed staircase that you can climb up and get to the top.
Okay. I'm going to get to the bottom of the staircase, silently turn around and give everyone a nod. And then I'm going to turn around and immediately rush up the stairs, pistol in one hand and just, knuckle duster in the other.
Yep.
I'm right behind him with dynamite in one hand and lit match in the other.
All right.
Like it's taking up the very rear because he's not gonna run headfirst into something.
So you make your way up the stairs, and at the top there is like a little catwalk that overlooks the deck. You carefully open the door, and inside it looks to be like sleeping quarters for the crew. It's got like bunks that are in the wall. They're really small, kind of like you'd see on like a submarine type or on any other kind of boat, really.
Mhm.
You make your way a little bit further in, and towards the back, you see an open box. It's a very fancy looking box, which makes it stand out dramatically from pretty much everything else on this boat because everything is very decrepit looking. And inside there is about a dozen very strange, kind of fancy looking silver coins.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yoink.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. When he tries to walk forward, I'm going to put out a big hand across his chest and go, hold on.
The lit match gets closer to the dynamite.
Crazy Bendejo, hold on a second. Let's. This accursed ship might have all sorts of dangerous traps. Let's hold on a second. A pile of coins in the middle of nowhere?
So
Do they have some kind of marking on them?
It's got a strange like design carved into it, but nothing that looks. It's not like writing or anything like that.
Hmm.
And next to this box, you also see a very horrible looking taxidermied parrot. It's
Ugh.
actually missing most of its feathers, so it almost looks like a strange rodent or something worse, but it's somewhat identifiable as a parrot.
yoink.
All right.
Getting all the knickknacks.
Of the four of you, does anyone except for Gunther have any ranks in any magical skills?
No.
No, absolutely not.
Mason is a simple man. He catches rats and carries them over to the guild headquarters and releases them.
What about Chad? Any magic skills?
I don't think so, but I'm going to double check just to make sure.
I'd be kind of surprised, but I figured we'd check anyway.
So Gunther's the smartest
Yeah,
person in
one
the
point
party.
It's kind of terrifying.
What'd you say, Trey?
I do have one rank in sorcery.
In sorcery? Okay. What does Gunther have ranks in, magic-wise?
I have an AV of 4 in prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation, yep.
I got another rank 4 over here. No, that's lockpicking. Enchanting, I also have acting value of 4.
I just want to know ranks.
Oh, ranks. 2, 2. Both of them have 2 ranks.
Okay. I'll say that both Chet and Gunther get a strange feeling from the parrot. Hard to put your finger on, but it gives you.
I want to make a Monty Python joke so bad.
Well, I wouldn't get it, so.
Can I use my enchanting skill to see if it's enchanted?
You can use counterspelling.
Is that a skill?
Yep.
God damn it. What is my target number?
8.
I got it. 11.
Alrighty.
All right. So you take this parrot, and once you're holding it, you kind of focus a little bit, and you're able to. You come to the conclusion that it seems to be a magical grimoire
Ooh,
that
I
might
need one of
be
those.
giving magical abilities to someone.
Oh boy.
Cool. So I just got a new grimoire. Putting that in the old pocket.
Oh jeez. Can anyone detect to see if these coins are cursed?
I probably can also do that. What does Chet have in counterspelling?
Nothing right now.
I have a -1.
Neither of you have any ranks in the skills that are relevant to any of this, so you guys are just kind of searching blindly. But hey, you flipped good. So
It does say that I have a 4 total if I want to try counterspelling.
for this, I'm gonna say that it's skills are more relevant because if you're just smart but you don't know anything about magic, then it's not really relevant. You know.
I mean, I do literally have a 1 rank in counterspelling apparently.
Oh, do you? Okay,
Yeah, I
What
get
the-
because I'm yeah,
that's a
it's
magic.
because
skill.
I'm extremely anti-magical.
Hey, no, that's relevant. Why don't you take the check for the coins then?
All right, here we go. Total of
9.
+4. That's a 5. Ugh.
Let me do it.
Yeah,
my
let's have
-1.
someone else.
Flippy. What's the target number?
9.
That's an 11.
All right.
Okay, so you check out these coins, and you also get a sense that they have some sort of magical power. They're not a grimoire necessarily, but they definitely seem like they do something potentially to maybe augment some magic, or maybe they have some use in some ritual that you're not privy to.
Yoink.
But they're not inherently cursed, right? Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't. You don't get the sense that they're dangerous or that they have any particular trick to them. But they seem like they have some magical properties.
All right. Well, that's a go ahead and
How
yoink
many?
them.
How many are there?
12.
12.
Yeah.
All right. 12 spooky coins. Putting that in my notes.
All right. And I'm going to say, unless we see anything immediately valuable, we can come back and find the rest of this stuff once we've captured the captain and the ferryman.
All right. So in front of you there is another door.
I'm going to open it.
And I'll light another match.
I'm gonna realize that we've been through 2 combat encounters and nobody's checked on Chester.
Yeah,
If he runs away, I'm not paying him.
he's back on the boat, glad that he's not fighting the horde of zombies. Trying to clean his. He actually, for a minute, he sneaks onto the boat to get a new pair of underwear because he soiled the previous pair, and then he goes back on the boat and cowers in the corner.
Oh, man.
Poor man.
I'm not saying poor man. We're paying this man a king's ransom.
He put in his share of the work. I mean, he got you here.
I mean,
Yeah.
poor man. As soon as I see the shoreline, he's a dead man. I'm not giving him anything.
I'm
I'm a
willing to give him payment
sociopath.
because he's actually done his job well.
Gunther will be fired from Eclipse and probably the guild if he betrays the
Huh?
poor innocent fisherman that I made up for this, so that you guys could get a fucking boat, so that you could get through the rest of the
Listen. This is all part of the transition, dude. I gotta play the part, man. I gotta become a vile, evil human being before I join the Arcanus. You know, that's my story
Wow,
arc.
Oh, I'm muting you, and we're going to move on with the adventure. You open a door leading into the cabin, revealing a small room looking out over the river below. A pale woman stands at the ship's controls, and as you enter, she turns and smoothly draws a flintlock pistol from beneath her black coat. Welcome to the Anna Pofsievo. Pofsievo, that's the best I got. She says, brandishing the massive pistol at your face. And now, farewell.
All right. I mean, I got pistol in hand, so we all got guns pointed at each other.
Yeet.
So as she's saying that, you feel the boat lurch as it starts moving. And let's open the map and flip for initiative.
Oh god.
What do you think? She was just going to surrender? Like, what?
No, but I mean, like, I don't think I've been in a dreadful before that had like 3 combat.
There could have been so many more.
I like that we avoided 2 of the ones that are like designed for the game, and then we started a whole bunch of
No,
extra ones.
this is actually a pretty choose your own adventure type thing. Like, there's a lot of different ways you could approach a lot of the problems, which is cool.
Oh, fair enough.
So, like, you know, there was a lot of combat encounters that it accounted for, depending on choices that you made, and some you never even like saw, and some you obviously saw and avoided. Like, I'm sure you can guess. But yeah.
No, but I mean, like, because you always like to pick them according to the characters. Like, my previous ones had been like more like social investigative
Oh, no,
characters. So
I
you've been like the one.
I picked this one when they announced the characters, and I
Oh,
was
I see.
actually gonna
Okay.
play it the last session, but everybody in that was really low, like really new, and they would have just died. It would have been bad. So
Did they die anyway?
I had already chosen it for this, and I was a little worried because you were starting a new character. I was like, you guys might be underpowered for this, but I know Trey's character is really good in combat, and I know that Gunther can blow things up with his fire gun.
I'm not to like jinx it, but like I was freaking out a bit. But like the more the combat started to mount, like maybe I shouldn't have really started off with a new character for this.
Well, again, it was like if you guys ran into every combat encounter just by sheer attrition, it would have been really bad. Although it does take place over multiple days, so like you would have got extra kills
Yeah.
in and stuff. So I was like, it's probably fine. It was really just the time that like I didn't want this to take 6 hours, but
7 for initiative.
all right,
You want me next?
yeah, sure.
Oh, a 10.
I guess me.
Okay,
That's a 12.
nice. And chat.
And wait, I forgot my initiative stat. 6.
All right. So this is what the lady looks like now.
No, I mean,
Mm.
Oh, cool. She's got a skeleton face underneath. It's Dan
Does
all
she?
over again.
you don't know. She might. I mean, she probably does. I don't know. Couldn't know.
That's that
I'm
red
just-
ribbon fairy tale.
I'm just looking at the scarf like, oh, okay, cool.
Mm.
They copied my idea like 7, 8 years before I had the idea.
Is she like a model for like a bandit or something for a different?
I don't think that's a model. That's just art.
I don't think so.
Yeah, there's actually
pretty.
kind of a few
I
of
like
them
it.
in this, and you'll find them in other penny dreadfuls as well. They're just never used. Interestingly, this I guess it's not too much of a shock to find out that this is Carrie Zotico, who is coming to the game as well.
Yeah, that's pretty
Chico?
cool.
But she's a ghost now because in canon she dies.
Oh, that's why there's OT. Oh, that's so cool. That's very cool. I like.
That's what she looks like now, but pretty soon she looks like this, and it's cool.
Oh, that is so cool.
Ooh, that is fun.
I love that you flipped that. That's why you were running it. That is very cool.
Nice. I can't wait to punch her.
I can't wait to throw this dynamite at her face.
All right.
Please don't. I'm going to be in melee range in a second.
Are we gonna
Yeah,
be the
you're
reason
about
why
to
she
be the
looks like
reason
that? I'm
she
assuming.
goes.
I'm gonna tell you right
Everybody's
now. don't
talking
give
and
it
I
a
didn't
good-
hear anything. This is fun. You can talk, you just have to take your turn, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm throwing the dynamite.
Oh God.
Did someone get higher than a 12?
No.
No.
I got exactly a 12, so I got an
I'm-
11.
I'm throwing the dynamite.
Oh Lord.
I mean, that's one way of solving a problem.
Opening a box that should have been open. It should have stayed closed.
Pandora can relate.
Yeah. What are the stats for dynamite?
I gave them to you when you got the
Boom.
dynamite, but I don't know if you remember. It's a long time ago.
I don't.
I'll have to check.
Yeah.
All right, so you definitely walked in first. Oh, there's no way to do this without being a traffic jam. Did you guys have a particular order that you would have been moving in?
I was going to be
did we
inside
all
the
walk in, or
doorway
did-
because
because once we opened the door, she pointed the gun,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And we didn't do anything besides that, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I guess I'll just have you guys all be behind him, and you guys will have to
I'm
figure
not
it
here to
out.
cheat this. I'm just
No, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, thematic, like narratively, you should all be still in the doorway. But now, depending on the initiative flip, you basically screw yourself because a bunch of people are gonna aggravate and just be standing behind the roadblock, which is annoying. But,
yeah.
yeah.
sorry, I'm huge. I don't apologize for that.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I'll be reasonable and we'll say that the door is wider. How about that?
Okay,
Perfect.
cool.
So let's say that you open the door and you're on this side, but you can fit another person theoretically. Whoops.
It's like a fancy double doors.
You're just
Yeah.
blocking me in.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
thinking
what you're
about like a
doing.
big metal door on a boat. Maybe it's
It's very
Mhm.
cool.
a bit wider. Okay, but before the encounter actually starts, You're gonna take a pistol shot to the face. Target number 13.
Me?
Yeah,
All right, a pistol. Oh, got a 13.
Uh-huh.
Oy, oy, oy.
that's a good one.
All right. Well, I'm cheating in the 13 I've been saving for like an hour and a half.
Good time to use it.
Nice.
It's a very good time to use it. So that puts you at more than 13, I presume.
That's a total of a 14.
Sweet. Okay, Gunther is up.
Now, having found the rules for explosives, that's what we're gonna do. What is my
Load
thrown?
away.
My thrown weapons. That is a 3. I will. Oh man, if I flip a black joker. What are the ranges on these?
It's your-
I didn't say.
It's based on your thrown weapon skill. If it doesn't have a range, it's 3 yards. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Yeah, 3 yards plus 3 times your ranks in the thrown weapon skill.
So 12 yards is my range. Get back to Vassal. Oh yeah. Can I throw it through Hugo?
No, you have to be able to see her to throw it at her. I'll say you can see her through the door, though.
I'll duck.
Yeah, well,
As soon as I hear the hissing, I duck.
I'll say that you can draw a line of sight between. You're not standing pushed right up against the door jam, so you can see through that.
Okay, I'm gonna focus. So I got focus 2, so flip 3. That looks like a
Ooh.
15 to hit her.
Defense is 12.
God damn.
And thrown is a. I might. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to my trigger because I got the critical strike. I got the critical strike trigger on top of everything. You said it's what? I'm sorry.
Starting number 12.
Okay, so it's a negative flip. So we shuffle and I get to draw.
Wait, did you say you have a critical strike trigger on your thrown weapons?
I have a critical strike trigger. I gotta double check and see if it's
No, it's specific to the skill, not.
it's probably gun. It's a general trait. Probably guns.
I can't imagine you can get crit strike on dynamite, or else that'd be the funniest thing in the universe.
That's why I'm saying it might. Hold on.
I'm just gonna go ahead and deal a cool 8
Okay, no.
damage this turn because I
It
cheated.
is a specific one, and I picked pistols. Okay, so now damage flip. We got to shuffle, right?
So everybody draw a card.
Yeah, I drew. I just don't want to hit that shuffle button.
So what is that? A negative, or you double focus, so positive?
Yeah. So I got a double, 2 positives minus 1, so it'll be a positive twist. Do you need me to reshuffle or?
You can
I don't
just hit the 2. It'll flip. It'll shuffle them and flip 2.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Oh, that looks like it's a severe. And I sent you
Oh.
all that information a minute ago. This is a rank 3. It's dynamite. So that's gonna be 5 triple blast.
Oh my gosh.
Would you like to blast onto your allies, or what do you think?
I just wanted to just blast all in front of her. Like I want her to get thrown against the wall.
Yeah, so it goes off right at her feet, and it actually, yeah, that's exactly it. It pushes her up against the wall, kind of smacks her head into the wall. She like bends backwards over the control panel she's standing near, and then falls down to her knee, and just barely is able to kind of stand up, compose herself.
And then I'll quick draw my pistol.
Okay.
And then shoot her in the face. Oh wait, no, I
Focused.
focused. I quick draw my my pistol.
All right, we'll go to Hugo.
That's a hell of a start. I think I can charge her because I'm movement 4, and then I have a 2-inch melee range, so that should give me in. So I'm going to push myself to here, and then get rid of the auras, and we're going to take a swing at her, and that's going to need... Is she terrifying or anything like that?
Turn of 12.
All right, I need a
I think
12, so I need a
she's
6.
terrified from having been blown up by dynamite.
All right, so that is a total of a 13. So that is a success.
Mhm.
And so she gets... so that's a negative flip for damage. I'm ready. Here we go. That's low for 1. And then I'm going to attack one more time. And that is a failure. And you said I need a 12 to succeed?
Yep.
Oh, darn. That's a little too high for that card in my hand. That's okay. I'll let that attack fail. So I draw a card from my deck. And then I am going to try to intimidate her with my terrorize action, unless she has relentless. If she's relentless, then
Nope.
it won't work against her. Okay. So that's going to be a 6 versus her willpower.
Willpower 12.
Willpower 12? Okay.
Yep.
That is a success with a ram. So that gives me a free punch after
Oh my God.
after the action. So she's terrified of me. And then I immediately get to take a whopping swing at her. Here we go.
What is the wording
think
on the terrorize thing? Is it attack action?
This character has a negative flip on all attacks it makes against any character with the terrorize manifested power.
Okay.
So technically not just me, but any other bully who has terrorize as well.
Gotcha.
So then I flip Red Joker to hit for a 20.
Okay.
Oh.
Straight for damage.
And I'm also gonna... Oh, that was it. So this is an attack created by a triggered. So do I get triggers on this?
That's a 3rd edition roll.
Okay, so no or yes?
So yes, you can declare triggers.
Oh, sweet. Then I will declare that I get a free intimidated against her. Because there's no downside unless I flip another ram. So here we go. So I'm at a neutral flip against her?
Yep.
Okay. That's going to be a moderate for 3 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to just keep chaining this thing together. Another intimidate attempt.
And
That's a failure.
now we learn why they added the no triggers on triggers.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. I have an 8 of rams in my hand, so I'm going to cheat up to another 14. So she's intimidated twice. She can't gain the condition again, but I get another melee swing.
Okay, hold on. 'Cause I have to do a critical effect. So hold on.
Oh my god. This fucking you fight.
I'm going full fist of the North Star on her at this point.
She gets thrown against the fucking wall and you just run up beating her ass into the fucking wall again.
Oh man.
She shoots you one time, it's like, okay, bitch, let's go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, this
my
is the
God.
funniest one.
Okay.
And okay, so then I flip for damage.
No, you got to attack her. You didn't do it yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's my swing. That's a 10 for a total of a 16. So I have a negative flip, and that's going to be low for another 1 damage, and then I'm done.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh god damn.
I'm gonna post a GIF in the chat real quick if it'll let me. Upload file. There we go.
All right. Well, she just gained paralyzed, and it just so happens it's her turn. So she just passes her turn because she's paralyzed. So that's fun.
Oh man.
And we'll go to Mason.
Oh God. Okay. Even if
Hold
I
on.
tried to shoot her from here, like I would, there would be the risk of hitting Hugo, correct?
Yep.
Honestly, what's the worst that can happen? I say this.
Okay, this is the better version of this.
First action is to tell Nibbles to follow along, and then second action is just to kind of like hide. Well, not so much hide, but hide behind Hugo, basically, more or less. And then have Nibbles kind of. I can't really think of because right now I can't really think of anything else to do except for. Okay, so I keep forgetting if readying an action is a thing in Fluid Reach. Is it?
It is, but you have to spend an extra AP.
Oh, never mind. I've already spent the 2, so never mind. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Chat's up.
I'm not even sure how to follow up.
Just watch, man. It's like this poor woman's suffering enough.
I mean,
she has
a ship full of zombies. Like she's probably killed a lot of people. It's fine.
I don't feel too bad, but it's going to be interesting.
I'm gonna charge. Charge is only 4. I cannot make that. Let me see. Definitely want to walk. All right. Move there. I'll use reassurance as my 0,
Nice.
and I can't reach her. So I guess I'll try to impose.
Willpower, right?
Yeah, and she is
Target him to 12.
size 2.
Yes.
All right. So that's plus. Oh my goodness.
Oh golly.
What was the target number?
12.
12. Cheat in a 10. So that becomes 14. So yeah, she is imposed upon.
Which one is impose again? What is that?
A negative to any attack that doesn't include me.
And that's the same thing that Hugo did to her? I can't remember. Isn't that a different skill?
No, mine's just a
No,
tactical
mine's
action.
just terrorize.
So Terroriz's effect is it's a negative twist to any attack that doesn't include you, right?
No, she has a negative flip to any attack that does include me, but not to anyone else.
Oh, okay.
Later on, I can give her penalties to attack anyone else, but not at level 2 or level 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and impose is just a tactical action anyone can do.
Right. No, I was just thinking of the effects and how they interact with each other, but I got it now. Basically, she has to attack you.
So the new pistol I got gives me a positive flip on intimidate checks. Does that include terrorize or just flat intimidate checks?
Just intimidate check.
Okay, just checking.
And is terrorize use the intimidate skill? No, right?
It does. Well, it uses it says that terrorize is where is it? The acting value is tenacity plus intimidate. So I don't know.
Then yes, that's an intimidate check.
Okay, cool. Then yes, sweet.
But only if
All
you have it
feature
equipped.
intimidate,
So.
it's positive. Yeah, well, I got one of my hands has just got that pistol in it all the time now.
Right.
I don't even have to load the pistol because I'm terrible at firing guns.
Back to Gunther.
I guess I have to move myself to be able to see her, huh?
Yeah, I'm kind of huge.
I like how I have a wall of bodies in the way. I wonder if hold on. I'll do 1-inch increments. And then that looks like I can draw a line of sight. I'm shooting her in the face.
All right, you're gonna randomize with Hugo.
All right. We'll start with her. And now Hugo.
Yeah. Give me that card.
Can I cheat?
No, he has to cheat.
Oh,
What? She got the 9, didn't she?
No.
I
No?
got a 6.
Oh yeah, it goes the lowest. It goes for the one with the highest card.
Yeah,
doesn't
right
it?
now you're getting Hugo, right?
Okay, then that's for Hugo.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's for carry, not Hugo, but yes, you can hit carry. Defense 12.
All right, flippy. That's a 14 with a critical strike trigger.
Oh wee.
Okay.
So that's gonna be 1 negative.
Yep.
So that's gonna be 3 damage to her stupid face.
All right.
She has to be close to being dead by now.
Oh, you know.
She's undead. What can I? They're pretty decently tough.
All right, back to Hugo.
Alrighty. Let's see. We're going to. Well, we'll attempt an intimidate, so I get a positive flip on this. And that's
She
going to
can take a
be.
beating. She's
So she's terrorized. She's terrified again, and I get the free punch. Okay, so here comes the free punch.
Yep.
Here we go.
10, 12.
That's going to be a 10, which is a failure. I'll let that fail so I can draw a card from my deck. And then I am going to take a swing, gamers.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll take a swing. So that's a 6 for a 12 exactly. So I'm at a double negative. But I'll take it. So here we go. Double negative gives me, oh god, that's a
Still
moderate
nice.
for 3.
Wow.
And then I have
Three,
one
you
more AP.
Hold on, don't do anything.
Oh.
That was moderate, so that moves
that
down.
automatically?
12, 6. That goes back up. This is more complicated than it should be. That goes up again. 4.
Are you doing critical effects on it?
Yeah, but if the
Or is
number's
it-
really low or really high, it jumps tables, so you gotta keep flipping cards.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Is
Fucking Hugo.
do I get one more attack?
I don't know. Do you? I wasn't keeping track.
I have one more AP. I'm just making sure.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, I got one more swing in me. Here we go. That's a success, but I want to swing high, so we're gonna cheat in the 13 of crows that I just drew for a total of a 19. So I'm at a neutral flip on
So, you know,
this.
when you cheat a card, you gotta flip it, or else we don't see it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I flipped a 13.
Okay.
Or I cheated a 13.
Yep.
So I'm at a 19 total, so I'm a neutral flip on this. So that's going to be moderate for a 3 more damage, and I get a free intimidate check against her.
Okay.
Oh my
Not there yet. Hold on. That's definitely gonna go up a chart. Okay.
All right, and then I get the intimidated check. Here we go. That is a success with no triggers, so she's just intimidated again, which does nothing. All right, that is Hugo's action.
Hugo is just ridiculous, but also
Hey,
fun
guys.
to watch.
Hey guys. Carrie's
Yeah.
actually gonna get to do a thing. Isn't that exciting?
No,
Whoa!
It's gonna be the first one.
Hugo's not gonna.
Not
I'm so
exciting for
bummed.
me.
Hugo's done a poor job.
Oh, she's
Go ahead.
hammered to shit right now. I mean, she has such a cool spell that she can use, and if she just had a fucking 1 point higher initiative, this would have been so much more fun. But instead, you guys are just beating the shit out of her against this wall. Oh man! All right, she's gonna activate. She's slow because of reasons, but she's gonna use her 1 AP to cast Mind Control on Chet.
No.
And okay, so target number 14 on your willpower.
Oh.
Mhm. 4 plus
Oh no!
4 plus this 11, 15.
Oh, you ruined all my fun.
God damn. He's
Fine.
having the worst fucking time, man.
Mason's up.
Oh, I need to explain one other thing. Because I'm level 1, I got the Frozen in Terror ability. As long as she's terrified, she can't take any action that would take her out of my my melee range.
Yep.
Oh god!
All right, back to Mason.
Just
Just so you guys understand how much fun I was gonna have if he didn't have that fucking 11. I was gonna make you take an action, and then it also pulses out a TN10 willpower duel within a yard, and anyone who fails, and they take it on a negative, and anyone who fails it, I also make them take a 1 AP action. It's the greatest obey of all time, and I can't even fucking use it.
Whoa.
Oh man.
I mean, there's a reason to believe that there's still crew members, except for the 3 that we fought, who might come.
I wasn't counting beds.
I mean, any kind of like range attack I make at her is gonna have a risk of hitting somebody else. Moving in to try and hit her is gonna put me in range attack of a distance of Gunther. So I think I'm just going to hold an
Throw them
action,
out.
kind of like with the new pistol, that in case anybody comes up to enter through the doors. Or, I mean, are there windows? Or is it just like a windowless room? Is it?
It's looking out. There's windows on the carry side of the room that look out over the river. It's the back of the ship.
Fair enough. Would it be okay to have a kind of prepared action that if anything or anyone does enter the room, I shoot it?
From the door, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's it. That's because I really don't think I can do much else too.
All right, Chet's up.
Let's see. Let's see. All right, yeah, I can charge her this way. All right, yeah, I'll do my reassurance first, so everybody gets that +1.
Oh,
So is that to all actions or just defensive ones?
Oh, believe it described it as +1 to the result of any duel they take.
Yes, extremely
Nice.
powerful.
I was not taking that into account for my punches.
Okay, she's a slightly more hammered to shit.
What did I just do?
It wouldn't have changed any of the
I
duels,
don't
but it
think
means
so.
I can cheat something.
Are you charging her? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And I probably don't even need to be that close, but all right. So first heavy melee.
Target number 12.
You can
That
do
is
it.
12 exactly.
Nice.
Double neg.
So a total of 3. That is 2 damage.
All right, hold on. Don't do anything. Let's see if we can get all the way up to severe critical effects. We can. 15.
oh boy.
She's got more bleeding out.
But bleeding out doesn't do anything to a ghost.
She's not a ghost. She's a lady. You're turning her
Oh,
into
I
a
thought it
ghost.
was a ghost. Hell yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why she's still fighting. She has to die at the end of this. Otherwise, it's not canon.
Oh boy.
This is the canon way she dies.
Uh-huh.
Just getting
I mean,
thrown into that fucking wall.
she's a lady in this adventure, and when they showed the model, she's a ghost, which means she has to die here. So let's fucking go. If you want to do the honors check, continue.
Keeping the lore in.
Attack number
You can do
2.
it, Chet.
That is 16.
Huh?
Ooh.
That's still a neg though.
Alright, so just 1 neg?
Yep.
Okay. And still just 2 damage.
Ah, she's at negative 15 health. Let's see. 15. Yeah, that'll go up to moderate. That'll go up to severe. Everybody can draw a card because why fucking not?
I'm so exhausted.
All right, it's the worst critical effect you can get. Bloody mess.
Oh my god.
Like the Fallout ability? Does she explode into chunks and lower your frame rate?
Pretty much, yeah.
Why?
Oh yeah.
So
I'm in the splash zone.
the affected location, which is her chest, is permanently destroyed with only chunks of bone and meat remaining. In the case of an arm or leg, forget that. If it's the head or chest, the character is instead killed in a particularly messy fashion. This lasting critical effect cannot be removed. Okay, we'll ignore the rest of that. But in addition to that, bloody mess, as above, which is what I just read, save that if the target was living or undead, every living character within pulse 4 of the target must make a horror duel of target number equal to 8 plus half the target's rank value, rounded up. So everybody needs to take a horror duel just for shits and giggles.
Okay.
Target number 8 plus 4. So target number 12 horror duel because of the horrible mess of a body that is now in front of you that Chet just
That's willpower, right?
gibbed her into a puddle. Yes, with willpower.
Um,
That's a fail.
Yeah, but I'm gonna cheat in
Boo.
13. Sorry.
You're
my
the
turn?
one that did it, so let's see what you got.
Oh, go ahead.
That is an 8. I will let myself fail that just to be horrified with my own actions.
Fucking
Perfect.
what have I done?
Perfect.
So I need a 12
12.
total?
Yep.
Alrighty. So I am
Nope.
very successful.
You're like, yo, fuck this
I got a
lady.
17. Yeah, I'm more concerned about did he destroy the head or the chest?
He destroyed the chest.
Oh, perfect. Sweet. I would have been horrified if he destroyed the head. I was like, no!
Gunther's totally.
Some of you are just such horrible
Ecstatic.
people that you just don't care when you see this. You're just like, it's fine.
I'm singing in the rain.
So having
I'm
murdered
singing.
this poor innocent woman, you don't even know if she did anything
That's
wrong.
true.
She was just trying to defend her boat. You take a look around a little bit more, and you are able to. So you actually find the ferryman in the first story. He was still hammered just as much as he was previously. He appeared to be sitting on an operating table in the back room, waiting to be repaired. And the four of you are easily able to subdue and destroy the creature. And upon further examination, you are able to determine that this thing used to be likely one of the crewmates on the ship that was then sort of upgraded and turned into an undead mechanical.
Upgrade is a bold description.
I mean, you know, if you like slicey fingers, then it's an upgrade. And you are also able to determine that there are more zombies in the crates in the front. And a reasonable conclusion would be that this ferryman had been collecting these bodies to bring back to the ship that are then used for some sort of nefarious purpose. You wouldn't necessarily be able to determine this for sure, but what was actually happening was she was collecting these bodies to then sell to resurrectionists, making lots and lots and lots of money off of it. She was not undead. I don't know who decided that was the case, but she was just a lady that...
I misunderstood. I thought she was undead.
No, she wasn't undead, but the ferryman was.
I mean, she's gonna be, so...
Well, now she is, yeah. When, I don't know, Karai finds her, maybe? Oh, no.
We can't interfere. It's a canon event.
Right.
But like you were saying, basically, even if we take the head of the ferryman and bring it back, we don't get the 150.
Oh, no, you 100% do. You absolutely do. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were kidding about not getting it.
No, I was kidding about before because I was mad because you guys did something mean, and I was like, you know what, you're not getting your bounty on the thing. No, you totally are.
Right.
He will absolutely pay you.
Everyone gets 37.5 because this man's not making it to shore.
Well, hold on. We're gonna
No.
let's play this out because listen. Hugo is a dick, but he's a dick to people who aren't helping him, and Chester has been exceptionally helpful. And you know how? And I'm gonna go back to Chester and say, "Hey, do you know how to drive a bigger boat?"
He gets a whole boat for himself. I mean,
But that is the end of the ferryman.
Nah, he's getting 30 scrib. I'm just joking. This time.
Huge shout out to the Truly Cool Kids tier on Patreon, the Steam Powered Scoundrels, Dogmatize, and Black Ops Gladiator Games. Thanks for watching.